Hey guys, what's going on? Sorry, I was having a little bit of having a couple of issues with my computer today. Can you guys hear me? Hello? Mic check, 1 2 1 2. Let me know if you guys can hear me. All right, cool, awesome, Sunny. Good morning, Loving No Fails. Good morning, Donnie, everybody in the chat. Thanks for staying with me. Uh, Originally, I had something I had to take care of, but I think I can hold off on that for right now. The price action is looking good, so let's just see how this plays out right now. Sorry for the mix up in the morning with the other stream and everything. All right, so obviously we capped up, right? We got the news with the Cybertruck and everything over the weekend, um, and obviously, so we have earnings coming this week. So strong move so far this morning. This looks like a potential reversal candle. So if we could get some strong action right now, we could break through it. We're above our 5 EMA and our 9 EMA. RSI is not too bad right now, but it is pretty high, so I may need to come down a little bit just to pull off. We hit what 292 so far. That's the high. How you guys doing this morning? Hope you guys had a good weekend. What's up, Javon? Awesome, awesome. Okay, cool. Yeah, sorry about that this morning, guys. All right, so if you guys saw my follow up video that I did on Friday, kind of was basically outlining two larger term scenarios. One is basically that we pushed to around 295 to 314, and then we get a strong pullback, right? Larger 1 2 1 2 scenario, and then the other scenario is the more um, it's the more bullish scenario in the short term, which is that we go to around 320 to 340 uh, for a direct third wave move. So we kind of just have to watch how this plays out right now. On the micro count, it's not exactly clear which scenario is playing out. So best thing to do right now is to kind of look at levels. This white line that I have is actually an ascending level of resistance. So a strong move above this, and we could be going a lot higher. You see that we did get rejected um, early. So let's see if we can get a close above this white line. I'll show you that white line right now. Right, so it's basically in the bigger picture, it's kind of like where we're forming this wedge right now. Yeah, I have that chart. Yeah, Tesla's definitely a monster right now, for sure. And I'm basically waiting to see how the price action continues to play out until earnings on Wednesday to see if I would still want to stay in or pull out. Because it could have like a major run up leading to earnings, and then earnings it could drop, right? So, but yeah, see right here, guys. This is that wedge that I'm talking about between this like light blue line at the bottom as our rising level of support, and this white line over here at the top, which is kind of a rising level of resistance. So we're kind of like forming a wedge in here. If we could break out of this right now, then we don't really have to worry about it. But if we keep narrowing or like squeezing within this in this range, um, it may be that the first scenario is playing out that will pull back around that 295 area and start to pull back. So pretty crucial right now, I think, how we play out around this area. My mic is way garbled. All right, give me 1 second. I'm gonna try using a different mic. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I'm about to. You're gonna lose the screen for like 5 seconds. All right, sorry about that, guys. Is this better? Can you guys hear me? I had to change the mic up. I was getting a lot of. Steve, is this a little bit better? Is this any better? Is it the same? This is much better? Okay. All right then. All right, good. No problem. No problem, Steve. All right, so let's take a look at see what Tesla's doing right now. It's looking pretty good. It's looking strong. We did have that one candle right here that could have been a sign of weakness, but we bounced back pretty strong on our 9 and our 5 EMAs. So that's a good sign. And we're above this, like I said, ascending level of resistance right now, right, which would be wedging us in if we stay below it. So I think a nice close above this level today, um, basically just above 290 would be a good sign going forward, right? Because basically the way that I see it is that if we stay within this wedge, we're just gonna chop around. We're gonna chop around until we get, uh, you know, we form something like this, right? We're just gonna keep chopping around until the price really just starts to squeeze, and then we're gonna go one way or the other, and very likely that would lead to a downwards move, in my opinion. So I think if we could get out of this wedge, um, we'll be in good shape to move a lot higher. Good morning, Elton. Good morning. Glad you're joining us right now where Tesla is just absolutely killing it right now. Good morning, Fuad. Good morning, Donnie. God bless us. God bless Tesla. All right, so you guys can see the volume is really starting to slow down a little bit now, right? After those uh those morning candles, right? So those opening candles. So got to keep an eye on that. See if there's any signs of divergence. Got to keep an eye on the bigger picture as well to see if divergence is still playing out, right? So go to this one. This is another study that I was doing. So this blue box is kind of like an area that I think that we could possibly push to, but I really just want to see on the daily where we are in terms of our RSI. So you see right here we have this divergence right now. So I would like to see this get eliminated as much as possible as we keep going higher. So RSI needs to start pushing higher so we can eliminate this divergence. Um, I think we'll be in good shape. What, this one. Is there a short squeeze? There might end up being a short squeeze. If we get high enough, I think possibly before Wednesday. I think maybe shorts might start to cover, right? If they don't want to take a chance on earnings. Honestly, from everything that I'm hearing, is that are kind of like you know what's out there is that Tesla is expected to beat. So any push lines for me at 290? We will. What do you mean when you say push line, Yelton? Fibonacci spiral, interesting. Yeah, the Fibonacci spiral is another method that you can try to use to get certain price projections. Retrace, more like a consolidation at the moment. As long as we can, if we're moving sideways, it's more like just a sideways consolidation. If we break below our 9 EMA, then we probably will pull back a little bit and retrace. RSI was pretty high, so it just needs to cool off a little bit. Strong point to fight above 290. Yes, I agree. I agree. We need to stay above 290, in my opinion, in order to push higher. Because, like I said, if we stay below 290, we're going to be in this narrowing wedge, which I think will basically uh, cause us to pull back. Let's see, what are some areas of support we'll probably have. If we do start to pull back, we should have some support around where we just opened at. Where is it? They're expecting to beat, but bears are looking at gross profit margin while bulls are looking at sales and EPS. Yeah, the margins. I mean, if we could just uh, show like a strong margins, then I don't think there's anything really that bears could really say at that point. So we're holding above our 9 EMA, but I'm kind of trying to find some other support lines just in case we do pull back a little bit. One around 286.38. And that's fine for now. These basically become support, right? So we broke through these. Right now, we're still holding above our 9 EMA, so we're in a pretty decent shape. Yeah, I hope close above 290 as well. I think that would be a really strong move for us to gap up and hold this level. And even if just the rest of Tuesday and Wednesday, all we do is just consolidate at the 290 level. Again, that's just another level down, right? That we basically taken and we control now. And I think that would be really strong and bullish going into earnings. We have about 18 seconds left on this candle, and so far we're holding pretty strong above our 9 EMA, but it is looking like it's starting to curve downwards here. So if we get that crossover, we may pull back a little bit. Support at 287. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, that's a good point. There's a support there as well. Missed that. The top of this right here. Is Tesla ahead of schedule going into Wednesday, or is it overachieving based on FOMO? Um, that's a good point because do you mean in terms of like the wave count, like where it is right now? So it's kind of hard to say because again, like I have like two scenarios really that could play out, but no, I wouldn't say it's necessarily ahead of schedule. We had a really long period of consolidation and sideways movement. So I think it's actually moving pretty well. Right. So we broke our 9 EMA. We will have support hopefully around this 287.50 area if we get confirmation that we're closing below it. Let's take a quick look at how the rest of the market is doing. Oh, I kind of drew up a possible wave count on the SPY. It's a pretty bullish interpretation, and I don't think you'll find this elsewhere. I think most people are bearish on SPY right now. Bearish in the long term. Um, we'll get into this in a little bit, but I just kind of want to see where we're at. We're at 450.07, and on triple Q, I think we're pretty decent. Yeah, we're up on triple Q as well, sitting at 380. So, all right, so those two are moving pretty decent. How's Nvidia doing? I think Nvidia should be bouncing back today after that strong pullback. Yeah, so we're around 457 on Nvidia. I think it's probably gonna push higher again today. S like market as a while is going upward. Is there any other news out today for Tesla besides the Cybertruck? Is there anything else that's coming out? I see it got a couple of price adjustments. Wells Fargo just price target to 265 from 170. And then there was another one. I think there were a couple of price target upgrades. Looks like the market as a whole is going upward. Gotcha. All right, so there is the crossover that I was talking about. 5 is crossing below the 9. We're below both of them. RSI is below 50, so may pull back for a little bit, but I think we do have a couple of levels of support, and I think we'll bounce back pretty fast. But we kind of just need to let RSI cool off a little bit, which is what I think is happening here. In the meantime, let's see if we can try to figure out the micro term count of what's playing out right now. I think I kind of have an idea of how it's playing out on a bigger time frame, but the micro is still a little confusing because there's a couple of different possibilities. So last week we were kind of discussing it as if last week we were discussing it as if this was basically a ending diagonal playing out, which is still a possibility. So that would be three. This could be making a three-wave move here. We'll get another three-wave, and then our last three-wave move before we end up selling off, right? So that's one possibility, which is why again I think that if we stay below 290, we stay in this wedge, and then that's kind of like what's going to play out, right? Something like that. One, two, three, four, five, and then we pull back. But if we could break above this and basically get a stronger third wave move, then we could be pushing higher to like around that 340 area. So I think today's close above 290 is going to be the biggest thing. Take a look at our 15-minute chart. No real like top sign or top signal just yet. So still holding above our 9 EMA on our 15-minute chart. See if we could get a nice hammer type candle. Analyst and TT Media just hates this pullback is happening, right? Yeah, I would say a minor correction, not like a major pullback. This is like giving a gold medal winner a bronze trophy when Tesla does something good for the ecosystem. It gets the shaft and the prices. It's because Elon the media doesn't like him. They were hating on Tesla since $100. I mean, there's definitely big hedge funds out there that are shorting Tesla that have media in their pockets for sure. So they I guess they kind of decide what's the news that comes out, right? They sway, which is one of the reasons why I am particularly not a huge fan on news and what comes out, because a lot of these articles you have to think about, like, all right, who's writing them and what's the reason, where are they coming out from, um, like who owns CNBC and who owns Market Watch and who owns all of these people, right? I'm sure there's incentives, right? So that's why I just think price action is king. Just look at the price action; it'll tell you what it's doing. So we found a little bit of support around 286.82. Kind of holds us above our 9 EMA on the 15 minute. On the 5 minute, we can see That could be a potentially nice reversal candle back to the upside. And this also looks like it could be a three-wave move at ABC. So let's see if we could get a bounce here. I agree that Elon is different, but come on, he's not a one-sided guy. Yeah, definitely not one job. I mean, he's definitely, I wouldn't say strange. I mean, he's just different, He's like, but honestly, every extremely successful person is, right? Which is what sets them apart from regular people. All right, we're kind of breaking below this support at 287. If we do, we have a support at around 285. Sorry, around 286.30. Nice bounce right there. 2.5 minutes left in this candle, and that's a pretty decent bounce right there. See if RSI will uh, cross back up over here above 50. If we can get a strong close over here. He did give up on that strange gal. Johnny Depp had issues with. Oh, what was her name? Amber Heard. Yeah, I don't even really know like what was his deal with her? Like they were seeing each other or while she was with Johnny? I mean, she was definitely a weird one for sure. Elon was a side piece in that situation. That's funny. It's like the richest man in the world or one of the richest men in the world, and you go for that. I mean, pretty wild. This has been a very choppy 5 minutes. Let's take a look at it on a 1 minute so we can see what exactly is going down over here. I wonder if right, so we have support around 286.40. If we do end up closing below this level, which it looks like we're going to do, but I'm trying to think in terms of this larger move. Is this then a pullback that we're going to see back to the bottom of this wedge? So on this on the 45-minute chart, we're above our EMAs, but that's kind of a longer term time frame. I think let's just do to the 15-minute chart right now and see if we start breaking these supports. I wouldn't be surprised if we do start breaking these supports with some strength, right? That we end up doing some kind of three-wave move down to the bottom of this wedge again, right? I mean, it doesn't have to do the complete wedge, but it could pull back within this. So because this is basically what we're doing right now, which is why, again, like I said, I want to see a break above this, and the sooner the better, in my opinion. The sooner we break above this, we'll probably come back, retest it, use it as support, and then we could go higher from there, right, into earnings. This has basically been that channel top that we've been rejecting at multiple times, right? So and then even when we get above it, we can't really hold above it or close above it or get confirmation. So looks like it's still providing some resistance here. Is it an impulse start of the morning? I mean, no, I don't think it's a start of a new impulsive wave, or at least it's too early to really say if it is a start of an impulsive wave. Right now, it could be, but I don't think so. Until we get a strong close above this 290, I wouldn't say so. A strong close like confirmation that we're above this level and pushing higher. Right now, my primary scenario would be that we are basically uh, doing an ending diagonal within this upwards or rising wedge right here. So if we can't close above that level, I think this is my primary scenario. We'll probably have one more pullback and then one more push up to that 300 level. Those pre-market moves set the direction of the stock. What do you mean by set the direction? Like for the rest of the day? Like not necessarily. So I mean, something can like push up during pre-market and just end up pulling back for the rest of the day. We're still above 50 on the 15-minute on the RSI, right? So if we could get to this area right here above the 50 and bounce on the RSI, bounce over here at this support, we should make another run at it. We could also draw a smaller level of support, right? Ascending level of support from this point, something something like that. Why use 50 EMA? I'm using the on this chart. I'm using the on smaller time frames. I'm using the 5 EMA and the 9 EMA. The 50 EMA I use on a larger chart, like a 4 hour or a daily chart. Thought a squeeze was supposed to go on this morning. I don't know. I'm not too sure if we're gonna get a squeeze. We might. Even this morning, if we think about it, um, like who's really buying the stock to push it up during the pre-market, right? We went from 281 to 290. So is that some shorts covering, or is that new big money getting into play for earnings? No. Give me 1 second, guys. My battery's about to die. I just gotta charge this. All right, sorry about that. Let's see. Tesla doesn't have follow through. On that long blue line, move it up and below all the line action segments. This line right here. Zoom out. I don't know, my trading view is acting funny. Maybe let me zoom out and do it. Not giving me an exact clone. The angle is slightly different. I don't know why. Looks like we could be bouncing here. Just wanted to see it on the hourly really quick. Look good on the hourly. 15-minute. Yeah, it looks like it held above 286.40, above this support line that we have over here. So far, this is a pretty nice. Excuse me, guys. It's a pretty nice bounce. That's on the 15-minute. Let's take a look at the 5-minute. Yeah, 5 minutes showing a little bit of strength right now as well. 3 minutes left in this candle. This is a pretty nice bounce. Back around the 50 for the RSI. Testing our 9 EMA as a resistance right now. If we could get back above it, then it'll be support again for us. And then we would look to get that crossover. 2.5 minutes. Let's see if the volume comes in on this candle. It looks like it should. It's dropping at 11. Oh, is something happening at 11? Are we getting like any speakers or something today? I don't really follow all that Fed data. I mean, I do, but to an extent, like the big stuff, like the CPI and the PPI. But like when the Fed is speaking and things like that, like I don't really pay attention to stuff like that. No, I just you're just calling it. Oh, I thought okay maybe there was like somebody speaking or something that was gonna tank the market. Nothing important. All right. So a minute 30 left. Volume's not really where I would like it to be, but and the 9 EMA is showing a little bit of resistance right now. The trend normally reverses at 11 and then pumps again at 2. Okay. I mean, I've noticed a lot of trend reversals happen at 10, and I think that's kind of like what happened today with Tesla. Right around 10, that's when we sort of pulled back. And we check the overall market. Is the overall market pulling back a little bit? Say 4 hour. Let's take a look at the 5 minute. SPY. SPY's pulling back a little bit. Nothing crazy. Same thing with the triple Q is still up actually. All right, so that candle closed pretty decent. Again, just a little bit of resistance at this 9 EMA. Let's see if we could build on it and push higher now. I'd like us to hold the 50 on the RSI and get above the 9 EMA and then get that crossover for another short-term rally. A lot of people buy when the volume is low, and then the market just dump before pumping again. Yeah, a lot of people get sucked in. Right now, the volume is definitely low, so this is, in my mind, more of a corrective move that's happening right now. For you guys that are holding like long positions, right? Like you guys are holding not investors, like not people who are holding shares and stuff, but if you're holding like long uh call options, right? Like a month out, 2 months out, are you guys like in the money? And if you guys are not, like what is the price target that you guys are looking at? I'm just curious to see other people's mentality and stuff. Like what price would you guys be happy with taking profits and selling your position for my traders out there, not long term Tesla uh, you know shareholders and stuff. I think as a long term play, just holding shares right now is I think Tesla's gonna be like close to like 400 to 500 by the end of the year. So like shareholders and stuff. I'm not really speaking to you guys. We know that Tesla's gonna be a monster, but for traders, like what do you guys think? What's like a price target that you guys have in mind, or something that you guys would be happy with taking profits? If you notice on Webull, there's a statistic trend Tesla has during the day when the stock pushes into green. On Webull, yeah, I've never used Webull, so I'm not too sure about that. Excuse me, guys. Have a dry throat today. I haven't seen that, Yelton. I'm not sure if there's something similar to that on TradingView. When volume is low, does that mean smart money is not trading and just retail traders? For the most part, I would say like oh wow, this is a pretty nasty drop right here. We're going through support levels here. Volume is picking up below 50 on the RSI, so this might be a pretty decent drop right now. Decent sized drop, I should say. Pullback. Next level of support would be around 285. Look at that drop. What did I say? Oh, is this the 11 o'clock drop? What what time is it? Oh, 10:40. Close enough. But is that the overall market? Is that tied to the overall market, or is that just Tesla? The market's pulling back a little bit, but it's holding pretty strong. Triple Q as well. So I think that's more just a Tesla thing. It doesn't look like that's tied to the overall market. By the end of the day, it'll be back to 288, 289. I hope so. I hope so. One second, guys. Gotta take a quick call. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so still dropping right now. Possibly bounce at this support at 285, but we're still below 50 on the RSI, below our EMAs. So we're really just looking for a nice bounce over here. We have this ascending level of support over here. This yellow line, this yellow trend line. It's one ugly glitch of a mountain-looking segment being shaped out. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Trying to get into 290 calls into earnings, a YOLO trade. Yeah, I mean that probably won't be bad. I would look for like a nice bounce with volume, like a reversal, a bullish reversal pattern or something like that. I think it could definitely go back to test 290 for sure, but before earnings even. If we could close higher on this candle, this would be a pretty decent reversal. If we could close high somewhere like right around here, that'd be a decent reversal right there. How's the rest of the market looking? Nvidia's holding around 456. Palantir is around 17. Yeah, Palantir I think is making its last push in this third wave move right here, but I think it's going higher. Ride and Mara, take a look at those. Yeah, they're both pushing higher. This is AI. I mean, yeah, overall the market looks like it's pushing back up. SPY is looking to push back up right now, and Triple Q is holding that 380 level, so could help Tesla get a bounce. SoFi is up. Take a look at SoFi in a little bit. Can I take a look at Nvidia? Yeah, we can take a look at Nvidia. So my drawings for some reason got deleted on my Nvidia chart. Although I could check, possibly it might be on here. No, possibly on this chart. This is Nvidia right now. So Nvidia is looking short term. I think Nvidia is going to make another rally back up to like around that $480 level. Um, in the short term right now, it's looking to get above its 5 and its 9 EMAs, hovering around that 50, but still below it right now. Low volume, so it's kind of consolidating, kind of correcting right now. Really got to wait for that volume to pick up if you wanted to play calls. Uh, Cuppy, it kind of. I mean, it's kind of a narrow cup. It's more like a V shape type of move. I'm not really a fan of the handle either. Is there a buy opportunity on Nvidia? Um, yeah, there is. But hold on. I mean, I wish I still had my drawings on here because I had like the wave count and everything done. Wait, is this it? For some reason, they're not showing. And I had the wave count all done and everything. I think this was a fourth wave correction, a larger fourth wave correction right here, and we're looking to start another rally higher. But the exact entry point would be um, kind of hard to say right now without knowing where it is exactly in the count. So I mean, probably a buy opportunity somewhere over here with a stop loss right here. You can go higher, but I can't recall now if this was just an A and this was a B and then this was a C coming, or if this was the kind of like entire correction over here, how I had it. I don't know why my drawings aren't really showing, but if I zoom out a little bit, I could probably try to re-figure it out right now. So this right here basically was the middle of our move, right? So this was our third of our third. This was a fourth and a fifth, and then this was another fourth and a fifth. And I think essentially what we're getting is a one last four and then another a rally higher. So maybe actually this is just the A leg right here. This is a B wave up and then another C wave down is coming. So might might be better to wait, honestly. SPY looks strong. Yeah, there's definitely Tesla's definitely diverging a little bit from SPY and the market overall right now, because SPY is holding, and I believe Triple Q is holding as well. Oh wait, actually SPY just pulled back a little bit, which could actually be tied then to Tesla pulling back. I don't know if you just saw that, Yelton, but SPY is actually pulling back a little bit here. Triple Q is holding. But yeah. See where Tesla bounces at. Tesla's market cap increased and its volume is up. Elizabeth Warren urges SEC to investigate Tesla over Twitter ties corporate governance. As soon as you said that, that's exactly when I saw it right here. Right? That's exactly what we were talking about earlier. CNBC with the awesome news coverage. Honestly, guys, I think news is just noise, and it kind of like just distracts you from what's really happening. It's just a lot of like fear mongering. I mean, if you really think about it, guys, go back to like January, go back to like when this whole rally was really getting underway, and just remember what everybody was saying. It was all doom and gloom, and everybody was basically saying the market is going to tank and we're going to drop so much, and everybody was so bearish, and there was all that fear mongering going around. And look how much the market has rallied since then. And if you're just following price action, if you're following the trend, if you're following like Dow theory or wave theory, or like, you know, it's clear that the price was going up, at least short term, right? I mean, if there's another drop in the market coming right now, uh, it's possible, but you know, listening to CNBC and the news and all that fear mongering, you would have missed out on this entire rally up since January. We're in July right now, and we've been doing nothing but strong, like a strong bullish rally. If you ask me, that statement is a lawsuit on Warren. That's defamation. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if that would ever happen, but I don't even think Elon really cares, to be honestly. You missed out on the rally. British news and articles are showing a burning Tesla self-driving. Yeah, I mean, it's all gonna come out now. It's all gonna happen. Basically, them just getting you to try to sell so they could buy back in at a cheaper price. We've been dropping through these supports, guys. So this is a pretty strong pullback right here. Let's see if we can hold this level, this yellow line. It's kind of been a rising trend line that we've been on, but this pullback is pretty strong right now. The angle that you can see the pullback is on. Oh, when the price was at 160. Yeah, buy the rumor, sell the news, exactly. 284 plus now from high 292. Yeah, so again, guys, this channel is like, it's pretty serious right here. This channel top, right? We've been rejected now multiple times, so that's not really a good sign. and it is kind of making me think that we are basically trading in this wedge shaped pattern right now. So if we end up getting a three wave pullback, something like that, right, for our fourth wave, and then another three wave rally up, again, we'll still get to like that 295 to 300 area, but now without this chop, like it'll be more choppy movement as opposed to just like a strong impulsive move up. $283.90 now, and we're kind of breaking below this resistance as well. So looks like we're actually just coming back to 281. Imagine when the light bulb first came out, nobody complained, and the news media then were able to read better. I wanted to play ours at 290, but we didn't have confluence. I might go hit a slot machine. Yeah, it looks like 281 is in reach, really. Pretty strong sell-off right now. Just totally killed like the bullish momentum. But at the same time, we were so overbought at this level. Buying opportunity. Yeah, I mean, in my opinion, it kind of like depends on what you're buying, right? Like, um, I think day trades and scalps are pretty solid right now. In terms of swing plays, like in my opinion, a lot of the move is already over, so the risk to reward is a little bit not really in your favor, kind of like getting in now, right? Because we've already had such like this huge rally right here, so um, not to say it can't go higher, it definitely can go higher, but you get in over here, it's like where's your support at, and you're getting in pretty high, your support is pretty low. So this is our daily chart right now, and if we were to close the way that we are right now, this is not a good sign, right? This is kind of like a top signal right here, right? Like a shooting star type of pattern. So we don't want to see that. So on the daily, this definitely needs to change. So hopefully by the second half of the day, we can rally back up and close a lot higher, closer to that 290 area. Buying back some I sold this morning. Nice, Donnie. You sold at the top. I mean, that wick this morning would have been like, like prime reason to sell right there, because it's a clear reversal the way that it wicked out right there. But I mean, if you have long positions, I think you're still fine holding right now. It's just if you have like weekly contracts and stuff, then definitely like this hurts. But if you have a couple months out or whatever, if you have time on your contracts, then I don't think it's too big of a deal. just a minor pullback in the bigger picture. Then who really knows what's going to happen during earnings, right? So, all right, let's see. This candle could be pretty nice. This could be the bottom if we hold where we're at right now. This could be the bottom. This is a 15-minute candle, so we still have about 8.5 minutes left on this candle, and looks like a pretty solid bounce right here. Volume is already halfway there, so let's see if we can hold this. News mentioned buybacks were going on. Did it? I didn't see that in the news, but that would make sense. Elon can beat earnings by $1 and still get the shaft. Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, actually. Because it's not really like what happens in the earnings. It's all about how the market interprets it, right? So you can still beat, and then the market can interpret it negatively if it wasn't like as good as expected, or whatever the case is, or if they think the outlook, future outlook, is not as bright as they would hope, or whatever the reason. The market will find a reason. But right now, this is again looking like pretty solid bounce. Let's take a look at it on the 5 minute. See what it looks like there. All right, so similarly on the 5 minute, we had the bounce, and we got a minute for 40 seconds left on this candle. See if we can close somewhat where this candle began. Would be pretty strong reversal pattern. Uh, 15 seconds left on this 5 minute candle. It's not a bad close for that candle. If you look at the 15-minute candle, 5 minutes to go on this 15-minute candle. And if this could hold up, it's a very decent reversal pattern. So could bounce from here. The RSI hasn't been able to get back above 50 though, so I would like to see that. If we can get back above this 50 on the RSI, then I think we should be in good shape. Right now, the 5 EMA is acting as a pretty strong resistance. The 5 and the 9 EMAs are acting as pretty strong resistance for price action right now. 4 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Want to see it close around 285, 285 like 20, 285.30. Nice. Strong push there. Two and a half minutes left in the candle. Let's take a look at how that looks on the 5 minute. Yeah, on the 5 minute, we're trying to get back above that 5 EMA. Volume still pretty low. Getting closer to the 50 on the 15-minute for the RSI. Uh, 2 minutes left on the candle. And test the RSI. Looks like at the 50 level, and the volume is looking okay. Price action is looking pretty good. A close right here would be pretty bullish. Like for the short term reversal to happen, take us back up to like 290 in my opinion. Nice push to close this candle. 20 seconds left. 285.84 right now. So pretty decent. Volume is still relatively low, but we're getting closer to the 50 on the RSI right now. So crossover above that should put us in a short-term bullish move up. See if we can hold now. That was a pretty strong close right there. All right, so on the 5 minute, we are back above our 5 EMA. We could get back above the 9 EMA and get that crossover. That would be another good step. Nine EMA is pretty strong resistance right now. Next level of support. Right now, this 284, 284.30, you could say,
But we also have this rising level, this yellow line that you guys see. That's kind of like our rising trend line right now. It's kind of acting as support. We wicked below it, but we didn't close below it, so it's still valid. So you have this horizontal level of support around 284.25, and then you have this rising yellow trend line. If we could close above 285.30 on this candle, then we could hold this support as well as we climb up back up. We could take this back as support. But right now we're not holding it. So 2.5 minutes left on this candle. Alright, guys, so we're back above our 9 EMA on the 5 minute. This was a nice candle close, right? We showed a lot of strength over here to bounce back up, holding above our 5, and let's see if we can get a close now above our 9 EMA. RSI is going back up to around that 50 area, and a crossover may be coming, right? So the same way that we had the crossover over here, like I said, our 5 crossed below our 9 over here, and we had this pullback over here. If we get the cross over here, it could signal some short-term strength for us to get back up to that level. You mentioned earlier you think 400 to 500 by end of the year. That seems ambitious. Could you chart that out and what you are thinking in respect to opinion charting? Thanks, Love No Fills. So part of the charting isn't in that last video I posted, right? So I don't think it's well, actually, yeah. So it depends on the scenario that's playing out in terms of the wave count, right? So this is the bigger picture. Basically, the idea is that uh, we have one more larger wave to go. Um, so what's the best way to do this? So essentially, from our January low at $100, right? Um, change the color on that. So basically, from our January low at $100 to 217, that was our first wave up. My trading view is just not cooperating. So that was our first wave up, right, from 100 to 217. Then we had this second wave. What we're doing right now, right, and even getting up to around 350, 340, which is very possible, would be our third wave move, right? That would just be the third wave move of this longer term rally, right? So if we could get to let's say 340, that's our third wave move. Then we would still expect a sideways correction for a fourth wave. Uh, so that could bring us back down to like around 280-ish, and then we'll get one more strong move, right? So uh, for our fifth wave. So I think 400 is definitely possible. 500 is ambitious. I will admit 500 is ambitious, but I'm kind of just giving you like a range. Basically, I think a better range would be 400 to 450. Obviously, our all-time highs is 414, right? So I think that's definitely in play, depending on what plays out uh, right now for this move, for this third wave move. If we go to 340-ish, and then a pullback, I think uh, I think we could definitely hit 400. The other possibility is it might not be by the end of the year. It might be a little bit more into next year. But if we end up even pulling back from over here and end up forming instead of a third wave, uh, a nested 1-2, right? So a 1-2-1-2, and we trace further all the way down to like say 200 to 230. That's still in the short term. It's bearish, right? Because we're gonna get a deep retracement. But long term, it would set us up for a much stronger rally around here. So, um, you know, which one of these is playing out right now? It's kind of hard to say. Uh, both scenarios are still on the table. One is short term bearish, but ultimately long term a lot more bullish. This could definitely see us go to like 500 in my opinion. The other one is more bullish in the short term and could still see us get to like 400 in my opinion. I mean, I'll chart that out for you a little bit better. There's also other studies that I'm using, right? So like line studies and stuff. That's what you saw earlier with like the whole Fibonacci spiral and all that. So there's a lot of things to look at, but I'm seeing a lot of confluence in different forms of my analysis. Seems like it's basing now. Yeah, Donnie, that's really what it looks like it's doing. forming a nice base that hopefully it can build a foundation and some support at. From there, we could go higher. We're starting to get the crossover now on the 5 and the 9 EMAs. Volume is still low. We're about to get higher. Looks like we could break above our 50 on the RSI. So overall, decent bounce right here. Um, you'll play a swing trade at what level for Tesla? So right now, me personally, I wouldn't get into a swing play because again, I think the time to get into a swing play was obviously down here because you had the whole rally. Even right now, it could go higher, right? We could go to like 340. I think that's very possible. Um, but if you were to jump in right now, uh, your your support is all the way down here at 263, right? So that's a pretty big stop loss. Where would you put your stop loss at that point? I think if at any point we drop back to this our 21 EMA, if at any point we drop back over here and you see a bullish reversal pattern, right? Like a hammer candle or a bullish engulfing candle, something like that, right above our 21 EMA, I think that would be a good entry, right? Because then you're really close to your stop loss, which is your 21 EMA, and then that would be your signal for a bounce to go higher. But if you were to just get in right now, you have all this room to fall back to our closest support, which is uh, which is around 265. So, what is the probability it is going to pull back to 200 or less? Any time frame for that? That's kind of Donnie, like what I'm looking at in both of these both of these scenarios, right? So, in the two different scenarios that I got playing out, it's really only going to be clear a little bit more as the price actually plays out. But I guess a shorthand way to think about it, in my opinion, is whether or not we break out of this wedge or we don't break out of this wedge, right? So that's kind of like why I'm so like in favor of it closing above 290 today because otherwise we're still trading in this wedge pattern, and that kind of makes me feel like if we're going to be trading in this wedge, right? Just get a bit of image for you. If we're trading in this wedge, there's a very good chance that we're going to pull back from here once we get closer to the end of this wedge, right? You can already see the divergence kind of occurring on the RSI. Let me put this in yellow, right? So you see from over here, we're basically getting a bearish divergence. We could break out of this, but if we're playing out in this wedge, I don't think we will. I think the bearish divergence will continue, and we will end up breaking out of this wedge to the downside. And in that case, I think we will get a deep retracement, not necessarily to 200, probably closer to like uh, 220, 230. But then yeah, then that's when we're gonna get that deeper retracement. If we could break above this, then I think we are actually going higher to around 320 to 340. We could actually measure the retracement if we were to top out around the top of this wedge. We could be looking, yeah, to come back to 209 actually. That would be the 61.8% retracement for a second wave pullback. So the time frame for that, honestly, I would just I wouldn't know the time frame, but what I can say is that usually after these ending diagonal plays, after these rising wedge moves, the pullbacks when they happen, they're very steep. They're very quick. Like literally, like price just drops like in a straight line down almost. So I can't give you a time frame on it, but I will say that it will be pretty swift. Do you think it has to get to 290 in the next 2 days? It doesn't have to, but I think that would give me or anybody else, I think, a little bit more, comfort because, then you kinda, like, break that level going into earnings, right? Because earnings is kind of like a wild card. You really don't know what's gonna happen with earnings. Uh, Even if they get the earnings beat and everything, they could still end up pulling back. So I think for myself, personally, I would like to see it happen between today, tomorrow, or even Wednesday during the day, to get a nice strong hold above, that 290 level. But keep in mind that 290 level is not gonna be 290, forever because it's a rising level, right? It's a rising level of, resistance, so, uh, it'll be increasing. But, yeah, I would like to see it before earnings for sure. I think it would give me more confidence to hold through earnings. I feel like I kinda have to make that decision as we get closer to it. Hit that like. Thank you, Sunny Ann, appreciate that. Please, guys, if you guys are finding the content useful, then, just go ahead and hit that like button for me. And, if you guys are new here, welcome to the channel. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Hope you guys are enjoying the content. We've been doing this now for about 2 weeks. Looking to keep doing it, honestly, as long as this Tesla play is playing out. So, subscribe if you guys haven't already, and, share it. Share it with, whoever you guys know is, interested in just technical analysis, Tesla. Thanks. I'm in at 290, taking a hit right now, just looking to break even. Got you. Okay. Are you in a what's your time frame? Are you in like calls or are you in like if you're in shares, honestly, I wouldn't worry, me personally, and I would just uh use any like pullbacks as opportunities to cost average down. Obviously, if you're playing like calls or things like that, then you have to deal with theta and stuff. So I think the time frame that you have on those is going to be really really important. All right, guys. So we are above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We got the crossover. We're still hovering below 50 on the RSI. So I'd like to see us push above that. Um, let's see if we can hold above our EMAs as well, so we can get a nice strong move up. Take a quick look at where we are in the 15 minute. 15 minute. We're above the 50 on the RSI, but the the 9 EMA is providing pretty strong resistance at this point. Volume is still low, so still looks corrective overall. Take a look at the SPY. Wow, SPY is actually pushing right now. 450, 51. It's making a nice rally up. Triple Q is also rallying back higher, 381.09. So maybe that's giving Tesla a little bit of a boost right now, but it's still not running with like the way the rest of the market is. See Nvidia. Nvidia is holding around 456, 450, 457. Okay, this just came out. Stocks see support from Yellen's comments. Okay, so was Yellen speaking? The S&P 500 index today is up. Stocks this morning shook off early losses and are moderately higher. Treasury Secretary Yellen boosted equities when she said she sees the U.S. on a good path to bringing down inflation without a major weakening in the labor market. I mean, that's pretty decent news. So maybe that's why the market is rallying. Pretty decent outlook. You got shares. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. So with shares, I mean, 290 is if that's your cost average, it is a little high in my opinion. But again, Me personally, I'm bullish on Tesla long term, so I don't think it's too much of a concern if you could if the price does drop down, right? In either scenario, right? In the two scenarios that I have painted up out right now are basically we drop from this level around 295 to 300. We get to 295, 300, and then from there we get a pretty strong pullback to the 230 area, right? Um, if that plays out, then obviously that's a buying opportunity, not just for you, but just for a lot of people, in my opinion. And then because we're gonna rally higher from there, uh, a lot actually, according to that scenario. Or the other scenario is from here, we just start going higher to around 340, um, 320, 340 area for this third wave move. So, if that's the case, then I think you're sitting pretty well. And on the pullback, if you can stomach averaging down, in my opinion, we're going to find a lot of support. So you could just use it, as an opportunity to uh, add to your position. She said we're not going to be in a recession. I mean, that's actually really really bullish. I think that's kind of like what the data indicates too. We will go over this a little bit later on the SPY, but basically, guys, is this my account? Am I hiding my? I don't know what's going on, but my drawings keep disappearing and not showing. But I do think that the SPY is going to make all-time highs this year, in my opinion, and not all Elliott wave people agree with that, right? There's some people who are Elliottians who use Elliott wave theory, and they're seeing this just as a corrective move up, and we're gonna get another wave down. So we can go over that in a little bit. Me personally, I'm bullish on the market overall. I think we're gonna make higher highs by the end of the year. So we'll see. Is the July interest rate announcement next week? I'm not sure. I think so. I do think so. Can somebody confirm that for us? Is it next week that they're going to make the announcement on the interest rates? Tech area has gone way beyond expectations this year, more than forecasted. Yeah, I mean, tech has basically been driving the entire market. Honestly, just helped the entire market rebound. But you guys can see, like on the triple Q, what I have projected in terms of its wave count and everything. I see us going higher. I still see us going higher. So this is one, two, three, four. I think we're finishing up this fifth wave rally. Then we'll get a little bit of a sideways correction, which could last a little bit before we move higher again. Right. So this is kind of what I see playing out from here. Finish up this move, pull back, push, pull back, push. Right. Something like that. And something similar on the SPY actually, but I don't know why my drawings have disappeared. I do think I'm in the minority though. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I think I am in the minority with my wave count on the SPY and the market going to all time highs. I think the majority consensus amongst Elliott wave people is that we're in we're in a larger ABC pullback, and within that ABC pullback, we are in a B wave. So if I were to draw that out for you guys, right? So think large. basically from our highs in on the SPY, right? Um, we had the pullback December 21, right? Through all 22, we had that pullback, and right now we're doing this B wave recovery, which is what most Elliott wave people are thinking. And then we're gonna get a larger C wave back down, right? So if you could think about it, like this was 48 or 480 on the SPY, we pulled back, and this is where we are right now, somewhere on this wave. We're not gonna make all-time highs. We're gonna finish, let's say, at like 460 or something like that, and from there we're gonna top out and get another strong leg back down. So we'll see, we'll see. I'm in the camp that thinks that we're actually going higher, that we're gonna break this Wednesday 26th Fed hike. Gotcha. Thanks, love never fails. This time of the year, real estate and banking was expected. On the open this morning, it was strong enough to push down RSI, slowly move back to normal. Yeah, slowly. Honestly, I prefer the nice, slow and steady moves. I know the big jumps are very they're pretty exciting and stuff, but there's a lot of volatility, and usually when something just runs up like that, you're gonna get an equal and opposite reaction to the downside. So I think when price is slowly stepping up, it gives you a little bit more time to make a better decision of whether or not you want to take some profits, you want to pull out, um, and just in general, like going up slowly, you kind of like stair step your way up, you kind of consolidate and hold a new level. When you just run up like that really fast, usually what follows is a strong pullback. What's the high on Tesla, QQQ, and SPY? Like the all-time highs? Tesla, I think, is 414, right? That's after like the stock split and everything. On the triple Q, our all-time high is uh, all-time high on triple Q is 409, and on the SPY, let's go to Monday. On the SPY, all-time high is around 480. So, this year, I mean, this year it's really just what you're seeing right now, basically for the past week or so. Those are the highs for this year. So like Tesla is literally what we just did today. That's our high for this year. 292 is our high on Tesla this year. All right, guys. So my honest opinion about what I think is about to happen right now is that we're gonna pull back. I hope not, but let's see. And it doesn't have to pull all the way back down to the end of this channel, but I think we may, only because you see that we're starting to get this turn. We're turning lower. So if we break below the 50 on the RSI, there's a good chance that we pull back down to make another move, probably like a one-to-one with this move actually. So could see us back down to 280 honestly. Um, the move up that we're having right now, there's divergence. Sorry, no, there's not divergence, but there's just a lower volume, right? So it's not looking too strong there, unless the volume can come back in and give us a boost. It just looks like it's still in the middle of a corrective move. As of right now, we're still holding above our EMAs. without volume, it can't really go anywhere. I think it's just gonna get exhausted and pull back. So, SPY is still holding 450.62, looking good. Triple Q is still holding 381.40. Overall market is holding right now, but again, on Tesla specifically, the lack of volume is concerning. Makes me think that we're still in a corrective move. So this move higher, um, again, it could keep going higher, but eventually it's going to get exhausted, I think, and just drop if the volume doesn't come in. Alright, so we're still above 50 on the RSI, holding above our 9 EMA. Let's see if we could get some volume to come in. If the volume comes in right now, honestly, we could definitely push to 290 again. Elizabeth Warren requests SEC. Oh yeah, we just talked about that. Love never fails. We talked about that. Somebody mentioned, yeah, right here. The whole market is pushing. Yeah, I mean, it kind of makes you wonder why Tesla's not really running with it, given the bullishness on Tesla right now, given like all the news and everything, the price target upgrades. Um, you know, the strong move that it had this morning is not really. It's slowly. I mean, it's crawling up. It's crawling up after this strong pullback, but I mean, it's still up about $6 for the day, so it's not bad. But it kind of makes you wonder why it's just not running. Oh wow, market just pulled back. As soon as we said it, as soon as we said it, the market starts pulling back from 450.70 to you see the SPY is dropping right now. But I mean, again, we have we're on a larger uptrend, so it's a minor pullback. I wouldn't be mad if just the rest of the day Tesla slowly stair stepped above like 290, just kept stair stepping higher, consolidating. It's not the most exciting price action, but as long as it's stair stepping higher, I'm happy with it. He missed it. No worries, no worries. We spoke about it briefly. See what we look like on the 15-minute chart. So the 15-minute, the price action looks strong, but the volume is getting weaker and weaker. Above 50 on the RSI. So yeah, so that divergence is worrisome because it basically just means like exhaustion. So I don't know if this will hold if the volume doesn't come in. All right, we're testing this level, which was previous support, and then now it's kind of like becoming resistance. 287.60. Person that tries to hedge with gold, silver when market's funky, the metals pull back like market does, and it just breaks back in my metals. Nobody knows where the price could be. Yeah, I mean nobody really knows, right? We kind of just give our like. The thing about technical analysis is you have to accept one basic axiom, which is basically that previous price action um, or historical price action can help you determine future price action. You have to accept that when you're doing technical analysis. If you don't accept that basic axiom, then none of this makes sense. But if you do accept that axiom, and if you do believe that the market moves in fractals that are repeatable, then it's kind of like you know then you can kind of make the leap into uh, predicting future price action based off of repeatable actions. So yeah, nobody will really know where something is going, but you can kind of like make decent predictions. They're not always going to be right. Obviously, it's a game of probability. Keep trashing Tesla. Maybe it pops says how bad it will pull back. Swear the op happens. Oh, you talking about me? I'm not trashing Tesla, guys. I want Tesla to run up. Trust me, just as much as you guys, if not more. But just letting you guys know that what I'm seeing on the technicals. When a trend is going in one direction, if the volume is not there with it, uh, it's just gonna get exhausted after a while. News is saying margins will be a miss for earnings because lower prices in the last quarter. So we talked about that, SD1. And by the way, welcome to the channel. I don't know if I welcomed you or if you've been here before, but um, we were talking about the idea that margins will be lower because of the price cuts and everything. But I believe, like, you know, from what I've been hearing, also is that the reason why they were able to do those price cuts is because they were able to lower their costs in other areas, in other areas of production and things like that. So margins really won't be affected by the price cuts. Do you? Yeah, I know. I know you're just messing. I will honestly though. I will gladly take being wrong, um, and Tesla running up in any scenario though. So I don't care about being right as long as Tesla runs up. It's definitely, you know, stair stepping its way up and holding pretty nicely right now above its EMAs, above 50 on the RSI. Again, this is kind of like the last 2 weeks, or not really last week, but the week before that when we were watching and there was all that like sideways action. We had everything was checking off. The only thing that was lacking was the volume. So anyone here on open calls? I mean, I still have some calls left from my original position. I took a lot of profit on the way up, but I still have a few calls that I'm considering whether or not to sell before earnings or to hold through earnings. So really, I'm just kind of looking for today's price action, tomorrow's price action, and Wednesday's price action during the day to make that determination. Uh, Risky? Uh, maybe it's a little risky, but like I said, I took profit, so I'm only playing with what I'm willing to lose, but also playing with profit at this point. I think I've pretty much covered my risk at this point on this play, and anything extra is just anything extra is just a bonus. And my calls also are they're pretty far out. Not far out actually. Now we're getting closer. Uh, they're they're August expiries, so still have time. Beta is starting to kick in a little bit now, so we'll see. We'll see. If we get a run up before earnings, honestly, I might just sell uh, before earnings. If we could get to like that 300, 314 level before earnings, I might just sell. Maybe leave one or two in case earnings is a beat and pushes up a little bit higher. But again, it's just most of the risk is off at this point. Yeah, yeah. Over 300. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, honestly, I kind of just look for weakness or strength in the price action. So by Wednesday, if we're around 295 and I'm starting to see signs of weakness, um, maybe I might just pull right then and there. I don't need to wait an extra $5 necessarily. The thing is, like, in the past, I've always tried to be the type of person to time the top, and you learn quickly that you're not going to time the top. So it's better if you could just get in the bulk of the move, then then you're good. I mean, we've crawled back to 288, guys. It's taken a little while, but we've done it. So again, Tesla's showing some good resiliency right here, holding above our 5 EMA, above 50 on the RSI. The volume picked up on that down candle though, so not sure how I feel about that. We have 3.5 minutes left in this candle. Price action is looking good, and the volume looks like it might be picking up. So let's see. A few have moved up on expectations of price of Tesla. 450 to 650 price where Woods says 1500. Oh, I mean, are you talking about? Am I over 300 for Tesla by the end of the year? I definitely think we could hit all-time highs, which was 414. I definitely think that. I'm just talking about in terms of this rally before the pullback, right? So again, like if I had end of the year expiries for my calls, then I might just hold, right? But they're gonna expire in August, so most likely I would just if I see this move right here finishing up somewhere around 300, I'll probably just sell right here, wait for a pullback or a sideways correction to play out, finish up, and then get back in once that plays out. Because I do think that there's going to be another rally coming up, right? But you can't have these extended rallies for long without starting to get a correction, whether sideways or deeper retracement. It's going to happen at some point. So I don't think my August expiries will be sufficient for that. So just sell now, wait for the correction to play out, and then get back in for like end of the year contracts. That's kind of how I'm looking at it. First time here, subbed, like, thanks. Awesome, SD1. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's what Legacy News is saying about today. I hate how media news hates Tesla. Right. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Everybody has their own agenda, and I guess Elon just rubs a lot of people the wrong way, honestly. But that's because he's, he says what he thinks, and he doesn't hold back, and he doesn't play like the PC game, I guess. More power to him, though. Scroll back to where I mentioned RSI strong upward. Scroll back. Yeah, I see that. You said it looks strong upward. Yeah, we're definitely not, holding good above the RSI. The volume is coming in. We have 50 seconds left, and this volume matched, the previous volume, so it's above average. Price action is engulfing that, previous candle, pushing higher above our EMAs. It's not a bad move. Not a bad move right here. So that's really all I was looking for, was for volume to come in right here. That gives me confidence in the move up now. Without that, like, the trend would get exhausted pretty fast, I think, and pull back. So if we could keep getting some, like, rising action now with the volume, I think we'll be pretty strong, honestly. Let's take a look at, the 15-minute chart. So nice V-shaped recovery right here. We have about 5 minutes left in this 15-minute candle above both of our EMAs, above 50 on the RSI as well. So, looks good. Looks good. The volume, you can see, is really starting to try to separate itself over here, pick up. Let's see if, I mean, we crawled all the way from 283.50 to 288.50. Yeah, so a pretty decent $5 move. Let's see if we can get back up above 290 and just hold that area. Payoff can be crazy on calls, puts. Elon has made money. I don't care who he dates. EMA is key. Absolutely. I think once you see a sideways trend, that's your weak point average. Yeah, that's a fair point. Once you start to see the sideways moves, but again, sideways moves can kind of just like form a base, from where you break out of. So when you see starting to see that sideways movement, just draw a box around it and look for the breakout with volume to either direction. 3.5 minutes left in this 15-minute candle right here. Your finish point today is 288 to 289. Well, I'm going to ask you again at close. So every day we play the game of, like, what do we think the price is going to close at, and whoever's the close, it's like Price is Right. Whoever's the closest without going over wins. I think Friday Love Never Fails one. I think I'm really hoping that we get above 290 for today, and we can hold it, like, with a strong finish. And honestly, I would expect another move in the pre-market. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave this on the 5-minute chart for about 5 minutes. I just have to go tend to my daughter really quickly, but I'll be back. All right, let me just leave this up here, a 5-minute chart, and I'll be back in like 10-15 minutes. Close 289.84. Oh, you guys are calling it now, huh? Well, I want 290, so I'm gonna say like 290. I'm gonna say 290 flat. Better right before car's gone. All right. I'll be back, guys, like 10-15 minutes. All right. Guys, what's going on? I'm back. All right, so it looks like we crossed over to the downside below our EMAs, which is kind of what I was afraid might happen if the volume didn't come in. So the volume didn't come in. We crossed below our EMAs, and now there's a chance that we will be heading lower. Um, we have support now at around 285.26, and this yellow line, which is a rising level of support. Right, so let's go to 15-minute chart actually. All right, so you see we got the crossover even on our 15-minute chart between our 5 and our 9 EMAs. We're still holding it right around the 50 on our RSI, so there's a chance we can still bounce from here. My chart's not working. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna have to reopen it. If this is the beginning of a rally up, then we just retrace about 50%. So we could possibly bounce from here. But it's more likely, in my opinion, that we doing a three-wave move down from this high. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's possible that we're doing this three-wave move down to the lower end of that channel. But right now we have, like I said, this rising level of support. So that's the trend right now. As long as we stay with that trend, then we should be fine. If we find support there, and hopefully get another shot at coming in, testing this resistance, this rising resistance at roughly $290. Take a look at the rest of the market. So a little bit of a sell-off on the SPY, which is probably tied to the pullback with Tesla. And triple Q is holding pretty nicely. Oh wait, no, this is sorry, this is a 3-hour chart I'm looking at. Yeah, so same sell-off that we're seeing in SPY, we're seeing in triple Q as well. So just a little bit of a pullback in the market. So we know it's not tied specifically to Tesla, so that's fine. We'll just wait for the market to rebound, and then we should get that rebound as well with Tesla. So I do see, like I said, the triple Q going higher. So the third wave, fourth wave over here. Possibly that this was the fourth wave. More likely this is the fourth wave, and 1, 2, finishing up this third, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5 for this fifth wave. We'll see how that plays out. Looking to come back above 50 on the RSI, and got a decent hammer candle right here. Getting some good follow through action. See if we can get back above our EMAs and then essentially form a higher high, higher low type of situation. 20 seconds on this candle. Let's take a look at the 15-minute candles. 5 minutes left on the 15-minute candle, and something similar that basically we had right here when we made this push up. See if we can close with a nice top side heavy hammer candle above 50 still on the 15 minute, so that's good. And we're coming back to retest our 5 and our 9 EMAs. If we get the volume to come in, then we can make a strong push. It's what time is it right now? It's 12:40, so kind of like just getting over that lunchtime lull that normally happens, right? Normally things slow down around lunch. Might honestly persist until like 2 o'clock, but let's see if we can start a nice rally up now to close the rest of the day. Not just on Tesla, but SPY and just the market overall. See on SPY, it looks like we got that nice reversal candle as well. And then on the triple Q, let's go back to a 5 minute. Same thing it looks like on the triple Q. So now hopefully, we'll start a leg higher. German union calls for better staffing at Tesla plant amid expansion plans. I didn't see that. That didn't come out on my side. I see this. Tesla sues Australia's capex over EV battery technology. Um, just came out on Reuters. Okay. Let's see. I mean, I think overwhelmingly, for the most, except for that one article that just came out right now about Elizabeth Warren. Uh, The Tesla news has been pretty good, I would say, right, with Cybertruck and the price target upgrades and things like that. But definitely some negative articles coming out as well. Could be, attempts by bulls and bears. You don't know who's involved with like smart money, hedge funds, who's got media in their pockets and whatnot. Both sides trying to get an edge going into earnings. But we'll just stay focused on the price action and see what plays out over here. I'm kind of I take the perspective that news is noise, right? So I try to tune out the news for the most part and just let the price action dictate to me which way we're headed. All right, so this is the 15-minute chart. We got a minute left on this candle. It's a pretty decent bounce back. We're kind of like right above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. See if we could get a close above it and then follow up with another candle to get some confirmation. Still above 50 on the RSI, so that's nice. Gives us room to run up higher. Like I said, we're coming to an end of like lunchtime, so that's kind of like where volume can start to pick back up. If not now, then probably like around 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock, hour. I think we can make a strong push. Honestly, we held pretty decent, not just Tesla but the market overall. So showed a little bit of resiliency to bounce back from that pullback. I think we can make another attempt at that 290. All right, so that was a decent close on the 15-minute candle, and we're now above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. And we actually never crossed back over. The 5 still stayed above the 9. Yeah, you can see that. So that's on the 15-minute. Let's take a look at the 5-minute. 5-minute, we're back above 50 on the RSI, and looks like we should be crossing back over again. If we get a strong candle close on this candle, we should cross back over. And the volume average is so low, honestly, that just a decent amount of volume to come in on one of these candles could be a good indicator of a move up. 3 minutes left in the candle. Volume still not quite there. And a nice bounce on the triple Q and the SPY as well. So overall market is bouncing now. See if we come back and test our highs. So for for the SPY. Let's see if we come back test 450.74 for the triple Q. We would come back and test around 381.77.
I feel like we might get some strength in this candle. Got a minute 30 left. Still above 50 on the RSI. Holding above the EMAs. 287 is looking like a little bit of a resistance area. 287.60. Break it down on the 1 minute chart. See what we see here. On the smaller time frame, it looks decent. Holding above a 9 and 5 EMA. Above 50 on the RSI. So decent candle close on the 5 minute. Only thing really missing is the like I said, the volume. On the 15 minute, we still have 10 minutes left on the candle, but so far pretty strong. Holding above our 5 and 9 EMAs. It's 12:50, so about 10 more minutes, and maybe we'll get some more volume to come in around 1 o'clock. It's gonna be the next nearest resistance is gonna be around that 288.95, basically 289 area. Let's take a look at the bigger picture. This is really what we're looking at. This is my my more bullish scenario, guys. Is that what we're really doing here is this fifth wave move up, which is actually our third wave move up for a larger degree count, which could really take us to that 310 to 314 area. Right, that's the bullish scenario, not the wedge. Like if we were to break out of the wedge, um, and like that 290, 295 area that we were talking about earlier, if we could break out of that wedge that's forming, I do think that we can make a decent push to that 310, 314 area before we get a pullback, and then make the next rally higher that could take us to 320 to 340. So that's really that's the bullish scenario. The bearish scenario is, or sorry, not bearish, but the less bullish scenario is that we can still rally to 314,
maybe less, maybe like I would say like around 305, uh, which is basically going to be right around the top of that wedge that's forming over here. And then from there, we're going to end up falling off for a deeper retracement that could last a little while. And then from there, like let's say we'll bounce around that 230, 220 area, and then start the stronger move up that could take us to all-time highs by the end of the year. Um, so it's either this scenario or the other scenario for me. Kind of like breaking below our EMAs right now, testing the 50 on the RSI again. Then there's this study that kind of doing, which is basically more just a line study of the price action using different channels and stuff. So right now we kind of have broken out of this base channel, which is the green channel, and we're kind of in this orange channel right here, which is overlapping with this purple channel. So let's see, they're kind of based off of different speed lines and stuff like that. I could go into that like another time. I try to use as many different kinds of technical analysis strategies and styles as possible to see if I can get matching, like if I can get additional confluence, right? The more approaches you take, and if you can get to like a similar result using various methods, I think it's a pretty good indication of where price could be headed. So I use Elliott wave strategy. I use some speed line strategies, stage analysis, things like that. So far, this yellow trend line is holding up. So if we do pull back and break through these levels of support over here, it's a good chance that we'll just bounce off this trend line. Not exactly, but around that area, right? You guys can see that's basically the trajectory that we've been on for a little while now. So going back to the 13th, but for like the last 4 or 5 days, we've kind of been bouncing off of this level. See if it holds. Do you think with the angle segment negates aggression or volatility, which makes averaging more difficult to define versus less of a north vertical angle or a western eastern angle sideways FX? I'm not. Let me know if I'm taking your question the right way, Yelton. But I think you're basically asking whether or not the angle matters on a trend line or a support line. If that is what you're asking, then yeah, usually 45 degrees or less is is a stronger support line. If something's more vertical, it's not as it's not as strong. And ideally, we should be looking at least 3 touch points to form a good trend line, in my opinion. Today's line angles are more northern. Yeah, yeah, I agree. Like this, like if we're looking at the trend line down here, it's more northern, like in your words, right? It's more vertical, so it's not as strong as a resistance, right? That which is why we were able to break out of it. It's not a strong resistance. The angle is a little bit more sharp, a little more steep. Same thing with this one as well, right? This is definitely more than 45 degrees right here. We were able to break below it. But now, we could be forming a nicer support if we can bounce from over here, right? Something a little less steep, a little bit more, of a 45-degree angle or less, um, to make a nicer support, right? So if we could bounce from here, we could possibly make higher highs and higher lows off of an angle like this. Less versus more sentiment. Yep, yep, exactly. Now I'm thinking your thoughts. Yeah. You seem to be like more of a trend line type of guy, which is cool. I like it. I use trend lines. I also use it's not my primary form of analysis, but they're definitely useful. Honestly, I have to give a shout out to I'm not sure if you guys follow him, but if you guys are following Tesla, you most likely do. Wicked Stocks on YouTube. I have to give him a shout out because he's really good in my opinion, and it's a form of analysis specialty, but he actually does a really nice job. So shout out to Wicked Stocks. If you guys are familiar with him, then you guys know who I'm talking about. If you guys aren't familiar with him, I definitely recommend you guys check his channel out because he's really good. Oh, you've seen him, Fuad? Yeah, he's awesome. Honestly, his speed line analysis is top notch to the point where uh you know he can give good guidance to you guys. If you guys are day trading, if you guys are scalping, if you guys are swing trading, if you're swing trading short term, like 2 to 3 weeks out versus 5 months out. So he's really good. Definitely check him out. If you notice more line segments that intersect the plane over time, this could predict the price area overall. If you notice more line segments that intersect the plane over time, this could predict the price over. Yeah, the more support lines you have that intersect can give you a stronger support for sure. I did send you a screenshot from his vid on Insta. Oh, you did? I have to check. Honestly, I didn't get a chance to check my Instagram or my TikTok this weekend. I wanted to post some updates actually, but myself, but I didn't get a chance to check them out. I was really busy this weekend. I like his levels on the side of his vids. Yeah, yeah. No, I mean even his whole presentation is good. Honestly, I can't say enough good things about him, and I don't know him at all like that. So just it's my honest opinion of him. Pretty sure he was like a professional trader or something like that back in the day. But yeah, his form of analysis is basically speed line analysis, and it's I think if you guys could use that in conjunction with Elliott Wave, which is kind of like what I tend to do. I try to use his analysis as as to see where uh, it lines up, where I can see like areas of confluence between his speed line analysis and my Elliott Wave analysis. And there's some areas where there's overlap, and there's some areas where there's it doesn't necessarily overlap, but it's good. I think the more you guys can find like different confluence like zones, like I said, from different strategies that give you kind of like similar predictions. I think the stronger your overall thesis, whether bullish or bearish, whatever the case is, the stronger your thesis is overall. So Michael Tyler, I think I've seen his videos, but he's from what I've seen, he's more about fundamental analysis. I could be wrong. I haven't seen him too much. Is he the guy who posts like the short squeeze videos? I don't know enough about his content, honestly. I'm more of a technical analysis guy, so I like watching more technical analysis. He does a little bit of technical analysis, I think, but a lot of it is like fundamentals and news and things like that, from what I understand. But I really haven't watched his videos that much. But I know he's big on, from just from his thumbnails, from what I see, he's huge on the fact that there's going to be a huge short squeeze. So you know, hopefully he's right. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of him. He talks from a very macro understanding of the market overall, and then the fundamentals of Tesla, the shorts, and everything. So yeah, definitely very knowledgeable guy. According to him, daily containment upside will be closing above 287.17. Oh, you're talking about wicked stocks? Um, yeah, I think that was the level that he mentioned, and then he also uses a 1% like buffer, right? So I think that with the 1% buffer, he really wants to see a close above 290 as well. I think we're both kind of in agreement that, I mean, for me, I don't pick levels like that, like numbers like the way that he can. But for me, it's kind of like just uh, for my scenario, my wave scenario to play out, I would like to see a close above this channel basically, which is this green channel, our base channel in Elliott wave terms. So this green channel right here, I would like to see us get out of that because I think this is a better drawing right here. Yeah, if we could close above this, which has basically provided us a lot of trouble, um, then I think we can get out of this wedge pattern that is developing over here. I think you guys can see it over here. Uh, You'll be able to see it over here, right? So this wedge that's really developing, the top of this white line is basically that base channel top that we've been rejected at multiple times. So that's really the reason for me to want to see like a strong close around 290, just so we close above this level. Yeah, yeah, close above 290. Hope the support can hold for 290. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. We have, I think if volume comes in, honestly, towards the second half of the day, we're about at 1 o'clock now, I think, right? 1:05. So let's see if people are back from lunch, basically, and we start to get an increase in volume. We're holding. We're pretty resilient, honestly, on very low volume. We're pretty not strong, but like I said, resilient around this area. So back above our EMAs, holding on the 50, holding above 50 on the RSI. If that volume kicks in right around now, I think we could get a strong breakout from this kind of like base that we're forming. Wicked Stocks mentioned a weekly close above 290. Yeah, that's really his 1% buffer above that 287 level that he's kind of looking at, from my understanding. All right, so we just broke below 50 on the RSI, and we'll see if this trend line holds up, but I'm not sure that it will. It's holding for now. That's about 3 touch points. So if we can bounce from here, it could be pretty decent. Keyword is weekly Friday. Right, right. Yeah, he's looking for it for a close, but by Friday. The only problem for me with that is not that it's a problem. It's just if you're waiting, if you're trying to make a decision on whether or not to play earnings, whether or not to hold or sell before earnings, you can't really wait till Friday. So that's why I think I would like to see that early. Like to see a strong move above 290 to close and hold early, and that we could just hold above that channel before earnings. Um, if we do that, honestly, I most likely will hold my position throughout earnings. Another point that I mentioned on my video, guys, is if we take a look at our previous earnings, right? Um, where we've been on in regards to the trend has dictated, not dictated, but there's a correlation between us gapping up or down versus where we are in terms of the larger trend, right? So this is the daily right here. You guys can see our last earnings. We were below the 21 EMA. Right now we're above the 21 EMA. We're in this clear uptrend that we've been in since April, right? So and this is obviously our third wave move. But the last earnings that came out, we were below the 21 EMA, so we were in a downtrend. We were in a second wave retracement. We gapped it down, right? This white box that you guys see over here. The earnings before that, we were above our 21 EMA, right? So we were in a clear uptrend. We were in this first wave rally higher, and you guys can see this white box. We gapped higher. If we go back to the earnings before that, we were in a downtrend below our 21 EMA, and we gapped lower right here. Um, the earnings before that, we were above our 21 EMA. We were in an uptrend for this B wave recovery, and we gapped higher, right? That box right there. So it's been a pretty good indicator in my opinion, right? So if we could get above 290 by Wednesday close, right, close to Wednesday close, I will consider holding my position throughout earnings because, like I said, we are in that uptrend move right now. So, and that would essentially like eliminate any real signs of weakness that I see because the main sign of weakness that I see right now is that we are basically trading in this wedge pattern. That's like the main sign of weakness that I see, that we're trading in this wedge, and I think a clear break above this channel would mean that we're kind of out of the wedge. We could hold above it, and then we could push higher. But if we're trading within this wedge, there's always the possibility that we break below it, in my opinion. So, kind of just a couple things that I'm looking at in order to determine whether or not I should still play the earnings or not. Another news article: Tesla director settled lawsuit over compensation for 735 million. I mean, a lot of this stuff is just noise. Let's take a look at the SPY. SPY's making a nice bounce right here. Triple Q, triple Q as well. So the overall market looks like it's coming back to retest those day highs at 381.75 for triple Q and 450.75 for SPY. Let's see if we get breaks above those. We should be able to rally more with the close of the day. Pricing. Can high volume call prices help dictate where a stock price may be at a specific time? Can high volume call prices help dictate where a stock price may be? Um, yeah, like open interest. Open interest can definitely be used to dictate, um, I guess, levels of support and resistance in a sense. I personally don't use them, but I know people who do, or I know of people that do. I don't really know them, but I'm not too versed on using call options and put options to determine like specific levels. But yeah, people can use them. All right, so again, we are now kind of like below this trend line, below our 5 and our 9 EMA. We had to cross over to the downside, below 50 on the RSI. So we have this horizontal support at 286.40 roughly. If we break that, probably coming back down to like 285.30. You guys know if Bitcoin broke? I haven't been following Bitcoin, but so Bitcoin is still, look at this long sideways consolidation for Bitcoin. This is another reason why I'm kind of like bullish on the market overall, because I do think that there's going to be a strong breakout on crypto, and I think it's going to time itself perfectly with the market rally as well. Wyoming Mountain on Bitcoin. Which one's the Wyoming Mountain? I'm really not that great at geography, so would that be geology? Geography. Is this the Wyoming Mountain? Or is this the Wyoming Mountain? Or is this whole thing the Wyoming Mountain? I'm a New York City boy, so I don't really know too much about Wyoming. The 286 line, it won't hit that 286 line. This line right here. I mean, we could essentially eliminate this trend line. It's no longer valid. Uh, yeah, I mean, I hope it doesn't come this low. I hope we could bounce, but it's kind of like our next level of support. It's actually probably not a valid support right now either, because this is from before. We've broken through it many times actually, so it's not a valid support. I guess we have like a level around around here. And we still have this rising level of support, the yellow trend line. Why what? SPY is holding 450.50 pretty well. Triple Q is holding 381.45. Oh, you were saying yes. Gotcha. See if we get a bounce somewhere over here. It could end up just being a three-wave correction of this move to the upside. So 61.8% is at around the 285.65. Let's see if this holds. Okay. Gonna come back to test that trend line. It's getting a little bit of a bounce right there. 61.8% retracement. See where that last red line started. Run down to the long horizontal line. Is this the new level? The last red line started. Which line are you referring to? On the keyboard in our office, causing all this red. All right, let's see. We're coming back to test this support level. So, to be honest, guys, my if this breaks, then my guess is that we're really doing this three-wave move down right here, right? That I mentioned earlier for this fourth wave. So if I zoom out, I can show you guys kind of like slightly bigger picture right here. See, there's that wedge that I'm talking about that's playing out. Right, going back to that 239 low that we hit a couple of weeks ago. This is a 2-hour chart. You can see right here the 239, 238 low that we hit a couple of weeks ago. From there, we did a three-wave move up to 284. This other three-wave move down back down to 262. And now this looks like another three-wave move up. So it's possible that what's going to form from here, if we can't break above this line, is another three-wave move down over here, and we're going to end up forming, like I said, this rising wedge, or in Elliott wave we call it an ending diagonal, right? Because
usually the idea is that when you get five wave moves, right, and they're impulsive, you get a one, two, three, four, five, and one of the rules is that the fourth wave, right, the bottom of the fourth wave, never comes into the territory of the first wave, right? Those are your impulsive moves. Um, so when you get a diagonal, what happens is it's still a five wave move, but you'll see it form something like this. It's a five wave move where the moves up, you can see the slope of the moves gradually become uh, less and less, right? So you're getting a pattern like this. Moves up, the slopes end up changing to something like that, which basically just signals exhaustion in a trend. And another rule about that is that the fourth wave will overlap into the territory of the first. So if that's what's playing out here, what's going to follow then is, or I mean, not necessarily, but in my opinion, we'll get a three-wave move down to the bottom of this channel, a three-wave move up to the top of this channel. We could even break above it a little bit, right? We call that overthrow in Elliott wave terms. And then from there, you'll end up getting a steep sell-off. So the target for this squad, the top of this channel, I mean, we'll know closer when we get to it, but the highest it would go is probably around 297 to 300, in my opinion. If we break out of the channel, which we can a little bit, we could push to like 305, something like that. But it's going to be sideways. It's not going to be really, really impulsive. So now, what's possible is that our earnings will actually be really, really strong, and our earnings will give us like that strong move that breaks us out of this channel. But then again, that's kind of like the risk that you're taking if you stay in during earnings, because it could very easily break to the downside as well, right? So it's kind of a tricky situation to be in right now. Um, Elon can fly to Mars and shake hands with an alien or Warren, and the stock will still go down. Target for bottom of the channel. The low of this channel, I would say using just where we're at right now, because it's ascending, right? So using where we're at right now, the low is like 276. So let's see how that plays out right now. It's been impulsive thus far today. Uh, the opening move was impulsive for sure, right? Like we gapped up, but that was more of a pre-market move, and then actually, yeah, at the open, but the open is always very volatile. The rest of the time, it's been in a corrective move in my opinion, and really I'm speaking about the overall move in general, whether or not it's impulsive versus whether it's not impulsive. So the overall trend is not impulsive in this diagonal move. So if we take a look at, like, let's go back on a daily chart, and this the bigger picture move, right? This third wave in and of itself is impulsive. This is an impulsive third wave move. But within the third wave, right, because each wave is broken up into further subwaves, right? And an impulsive wave is made up of five subwaves. So you have one, two, three, four, five. This fifth wave is not impulsive, right? The third wave is impulsive. The first wave is not impulsive. This fifth wave doesn't look impulsive if it's a leading diagonal, right? If we break out above the channel, then most likely it will become an impulsive move. But if it stays within this this wedge shape pattern, it's most likely not going to be impulsive, and very likely we're going to get a break to the downside if it stays in that wedge. So a break above that level is really key, honestly, in the next 2 days for me, the way that I'm looking at it. I thought there is a 8 to 12% expected move for earnings. An 8 to 12% move. Did you where did you hear that? Love never fails. Just curious. Pretty strong bounce right here above that rising trend line that we have. To draw this out further. Volume's picking up a little bit right here. These last three candles. Looks like we're coming back for the 50 on the RSI. Have a doji candle right here. Signals not necessarily a reversal, but a decision. Good candle close right there. So far this yellow trend line has been holding up. I mean, it didn't really test it exactly, but it's right above that level, so it's been holding up. Volume is picking up a little bit, right? What time are we? 1:30. So let's see if we get a nice push to close out the rest of the day. Sky is pushing higher and holding its levels, and so is triple Q. See if we get a rally on the market overall. Take a look at it on the 15-minute chart. So that was a nice candle close for us on the 15-minute chart right here. Right, so like basically like a rejection of this lower level right here. And if we could get back up to this 287.50, that would be a nice pattern. Nice nice close right here. So it's okay for government to make accusations about Elon and media without an actual court summons or judge saying he's guilty. It's like, I mean, it's not okay, but it happens. The media I read said 5 to 6.2% price increase after earnings. Oh, really? I'm new to trading, so does Tesla hit 290 or 300? Well, welcome M7MD, first off. And we already hit 290 so far today. We kind of got rejected. We got to 292. Definitely a good chance that we get back to 290. Will we hit 300? I believe so. But how soon and when, that's that's the hard part. So will we hit 300 before earnings? Will we hit 300 during earnings? I just wait and see. It's the average of all earning moves by Tesla in the past. Interesting. We'll hit 287.83. Here's my Apple. You never sent me your PO box or your address where you want me to mail it to. You did? Did you share it in the chat? Because if you did, everybody's gonna spam you apples. Here's your apple. One, two, three, Tesla. All right, there's your apples. Brokesville, I'm so broke. Well, if Tesla goes to where we think Tesla could go to, then you won't be. Oh, you won't be living there anymore. About 10 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. So far, I like the price action. Above 50 on the RSI, testing the 509 EMAs as resistance now. Seeing if we could get back above them. The volume is not there. Let's take a look at it on the 5-minute. So back above our 5 EMA on the 5-minute and our 9 EMA as well. 9 seconds left in the candle, so still closing with like moderate, not even moderate, less than moderate volume, less than average volume. Really need a strong push in the volume right here. Over here, we kind of have a descending level of resistance, so maybe we kind of form a little wedge in this area as well that we could break out of, right? Maybe get something like that. Maybe we could break out of it right now with some strong volume. Yeah, could you? Because we need the volume. I know I sound like a broken record, Fuad. That's all I talk about is the volume, but we're not gonna get anywhere without it. I swear that's all I've been saying for the past 3 weeks. Where's the volume? Where's the volume? Where's the volume? But you see, when the volume does come in, like that's when we get those breakout moves, those real breakout moves. I just wonder if it's gonna be like this up until earnings, right? Like if it's just gonna be a couple of weeks ago, it was the sideways chop with a low volume because we were, you know, there was a little hesitancy in the market because we were waiting the Fed data, right? Now for Tesla, I think it's going to be something similar uh, due to the earnings, right? There's a little bit of hesitancy uh, on whether or not people should be in or out of Tesla. Right, this is a pretty decent push right here. Getting the crossover on the EMAs, above 50 on the RSI down here, and 3 minutes left in the candle. Testing this descending level of resistance right here. You could kind of also think of it as a double bottom on a descending channel. The only volume we're getting is warrants singing BS. Seeing record-breaking short numbers after 2 p.m. expect higher highs. Yeah, let's hope so. Usually the volume does kick in the closing hours of the market. Wasn't much of a stair step today thus far. I mean, yeah, honestly, it was really just a strong drop. We did climb our way back up to 289 almost, really, and then we just got this other move down. But hoping we could break out of this right here and then continue to continue to climb for the next 2 hours. And even if we just get to the top of that channel, I think it would be a pretty bullish. Go past the line segment, this trend line right here. Are you talking about this one on the upside, or are you talking about the downside? Yeah, I think. I mean, if we get above the 50 on the RSI, I think we'll definitely push past it. Hovering right around the 50 on the RSI. Volume to kick in, getting a decent push on the price action. Should be getting a crossover of the EMAs right here, and then hopefully we can like climb higher. Three and a half minutes to go in the candle. Nice. I see the volume coming in, Fuad. Your speakers are working. Turn it up. Turn it up. 3 minutes in the candle. We're above the 5 and the 9 EMAs. We're pushing on the price. Holding above 50 on the RSI. Are we getting a strong move up the market? Yeah. Nice push by SPY. And triple Q as well right here. If triple Q can break 381.75, I think that'll help Tesla a lot, because then triple Q could really start to rally. Honestly, is looking really good, guys, because we still have 2 minutes left in the candle, and the volume is already, uh, almost as high as the previous ones. So another 2 minutes, we should have a decent sized volume candle. There you go. There you go. Volume's coming in. Price action is picking up. Still a minute 15 left in the candle. Yeah, I think we could get to this 287.63 over here. Come on, Betty. To the max. Do I think it will reach the 290s again? Welcome, Marshall. I personally, I do. I do. I'm hoping that it'll hit 290s, 290 to 300 before earnings. I do think it'll hit 290 again. Just bought a few. Just bought a few shares. Nice. All right, so that candle closed. The volume picked up a little bit above, a little bit above average, but still not as high as I would like. Let's see if we could get a good confirmation candle. We're above our 5 and our 9 EMAs. They crossed over above 50 on the RSI. If we could get a good confirmation candle here to take us around to this 287.63 area, with strong volume, it could be the start of a nice upward trend to close out the day. Honestly. Could this be a huge, ugly looking cup? Uh, it's definitely an ugly cup if it is anything, but possibly on a descending slope. But it's a decent push here. Decent push. Still 2 minutes left. 287.30. I think we test this 287.63. You guys can see it kind of rejected a couple times there, so it's pretty strong resistance at the moment. See the SPY. Okay, so SPY broke the day high, so I would expect a nice rally now since we just broke that high. Triple Q poked above it as well. So I think we might get this nice market push right here. Oh, and hopefully Tesla will follow it and not diverge. But you can see when the market rallies, Tesla's usually a little bit behind. 32 seconds left on the candle. Decent price action, but again, volume didn't follow up, so we didn't get volume confirmation, in my opinion. All right, so we're testing that 287.63 level. See if we can get a break above it. Our side is looking pretty good. Above our EMAs, getting a little bit of separation from them now. We can break above here, back up to 288 soon. If we were to reject over here, I could definitely see an inverse head and shoulders forming. Right, so we pull back, bounce off of this little descending level of resistance that we just broke out of, and then come back to test this neckline. Right, so then we would have our inverse head and shoulders right here, and then if we don't break it this time, then the next time possibly break it and climb higher. So don't say that. My bad, my bad, my bad. Just letting you guys know, there's always options. 3 minutes on the candle. Yeah, it's so pull back on SPY right now as well. Pull back on triple Q. But we got the strong breakout on the triple Q. So right here you can see we broke above it, and we did so with volume. So now we just need to like close and hold on the triple Q. And can't see the volume on the SPY, but let's take a look at the triple Q. So I think if the triple Q rallies, then Tesla's gonna rally as well. So there's 2 minutes right here. Close above this level on the triple Q should help Tesla out. Looking like a heart monitor. The news is killing its momentum as usual. Is there another news article out, or is it still just that Senator Warren thing? Tesla stock sees new battle lines ahead of earnings. Take a look at this really quick. AI route, Wall Street bulls and bears have returned battle lines heading to the highly anticipated second quarter earnings report. Um, not seeing anything too crazy. He said it's mine. See how the triple Q is closing, holding up over there. All right, so 7 seconds right here. We're holding above the level. So breakout with volume and confirmation candle to close above it, I think is a good sign. And I think maybe we rally higher now on the triple Q. Let's see. Where's a SPY at? SPY closed below. So you didn't get the confirmation on the SPY. Let's see. Bitcoin is breaking down. I haven't really been following Bitcoin. Where's Bitcoin at? I don't really see Bitcoin as breaking down just yet. It is in a looks more like a sideways correction than anything. So it's more likely a complex correction. We can probably analyze this as a Wyckoff reaccumulation schematic. It's a rally, reaccumulate, rally. Uh, I'm pretty bullish on Bitcoin right now, on Bitcoin and Ethereum, and then I guess the overall market for crypto. You guys can see my count. I have a 1-2-1-2 setup over here. So I think we're basically in an impulsive third wave move, and once this correction is done, I think it's going to rally higher. SPY needs to break 450. I agree. I agree. SPY does need to break and hold 450. I mean, it's above 450. It just needs to hold above it. I mean, it's kind of possible that SPY is forming a diagonal over here as well. Zoom out on SPY really quick. So this is kind of what I see playing out on the SPY. And again, guys, this is my count on the SPY, which is pretty bullish, honestly. And I don't think a lot of people would agree with me, to be honest with you guys. So take this with a grain of salt, because there's a lot of even Elliotticians right now who basically see this us topping out around here, possibly going to like 460, topping out, and then pulling back for a much deeper retracement. I think I'm more bullish than most. I see us hitting all-time highs. So basically, my count right here is 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. This 5 is playing out, and then we're gonna basically get something like this. So still moving higher, in my opinion. Possibly get to 500, 550 before this rally is done. But again, I'm definitely in the minority. So and the reason why, guys, because most even like Elliott Wave people are seeing this as a 5 wave correction, right, from our highs, right, our all-time high of like 480 that we hit. They're seeing this as a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So that's our A wave, and then basically this is our B wave that's playing out over here, and then from there we should get another 5 wave down, like to break these lows even. So according to them, these lows aren't even like the lows aren't even in yet. This low that we had in October of 22 is uh, is not the low, and we're gonna go lower than that. So That's I think what most people are thinking, even as Elliott wave Elliottians. But I kind of see us going higher. I'll explain that some other time. I mean, nice bounce back on Tesla right now, 287.40. So we're holding above our 9 EMA. It's 2 o'clock, so let's see if the volume can start to come in now, especially since we're getting closer to those. Um, well, like triple Q actually held it, right? So we broke the high for the day. We did so with volume and we held. So I think triple Q can push higher. And SPY looks like we are getting there as well. So see how we hold up for the next 2 hours. As long as those both keep pushing, I think Tesla will push and hopefully get back to 290. But let me take a quick 5 minute break. I have to go check up on my daughter really quick, and I'll be back in like 5, 10, maybe 15 minutes. I'll leave the price action up for you guys, and you guys can see where we're at right now. We run a 5 minute chart, so we're above our 5 and our 9 EMAs, testing this level again. Volume comes in, we should be good. Above 50 on the RSI. Uh, After this level, next level is 288, and then we have this rising level, which could take us to 290. So Yelton, Vlad, all you guys hold it down, and I'll be back in like 10, 15 minutes. All right, guys? What's going on, guys? I'm back. It's like we are pushing a little bit above our EMAs. So we broke past that resistance. Volume came in, so that's good. Next resistance is going to be this 288.95. How are we holding up on the SPYs? 450.83, which is decent. And triple Q is pushing higher, 382. What else do I want to see? All right, so there's still the chance that we're doing this three-wave move, bigger picture. So I just want you guys to be aware that it is possible. So if we see any weakness, just be aware that it's possible that that was our A. This is a B wave, and then we're gonna get a C down, right? So after we push a little bit higher, maybe to around that 289, 290 top, if we touch it again, possibly get rejected, we could still form that C wave down. Right now, the volume is kind of kicking in a little bit, so if it gives us enough momentum, we could definitely push higher above this channel. And if we can break above this channel, I think we can go a lot higher. So let's see. So here, Yodel. Uh, what y'all think post market up or down? I don't see that happening before earnings. I don't know. I think this does tend to move more so in the pre-market, right? So it's basically been that way for the past few weeks. So pushing in the pre-market and then basically kind of just consolidating throughout the days. Even today, that's kind of like what just happened. That C wave down will only be if earnings are trash. I mean, I don't know. I don't know about that only because the C wave down would basically be to the bottom of this move, right? So earnings is still like 2 days away after hours, and the same way we had this move right here, right? Um, you saw how quick that drop was, right? So uh, if we look for a one-to-one, right? Like let's say we top out somewhere around even at the top of this channel, a one-to-one could bring us back down to 282, maybe not all the way down to a 276, but technically a C wave can go down to 138% level, so maybe even 279, and it could get there pretty fast. But hopefully not. Hopefully this whole thing is done because honestly, I could count this as a seven-wave move, and seven-wave moves are usually corrective, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So hopefully that was the entire correction, and then this was a move up, three-wave move correction, and now another move up. Expected 8.2% move on Tesla, earning in either direction to be exact. Where's Peeps getting info on negative earnings? There goes Tessie. Tessie's still there, SD1, as of right now. As of right now, it's still there. I wouldn't necessarily get bearish in the short term until I see a break below our EMAs. Right now, our 5 and our 9 EMAs are going to act as rising levels of support. RSI is pulling back a little bit though, so it could be an early indicator. Elon cut the prices, earning must be bad. Ooh, media. I've seen over by 0.13 up. Tesla crushed deliveries and crushed the market in China too. Cut prices were made up. I just mean it's not going to break 289. Yeah, let's see. Let's see. There's definitely a chance, like I said, like we get the C wave right now, and we can pull back. I mean, the overall market is holding up, right? 451 on SPY, 382.24. So once we got that breakout on a triple Q and we closed above it, I felt pretty comfortable that we were going higher on the triple Q. So 382.28 right now on triple Q, and honestly, it just looks like it's pushing right now. 451 on SPY. So unless Tesla really just starts to diverge from the market overall, which it is known to do at times, right? Um, so it is possible, but I think we can make a good test. We can make a good shot at this 289. Orders on Cybertruck helped. It's going up. Nice pop. Yeah, look, the triple Q is looking really, really impressive right now. Those would have been some nice zero DTEs. See if we get another shot at this, we can push past it. How are we looking on the 15-minute? Kind of got like a little bit of a double bottom on the ascending level of support right here. Possibly a break above right here will push us higher. Let's see. I have about 5 minutes left on this 15-minute candle. Five brokers blue cup forming on triple Q. Let's see triple Q. Yeah, nice. I mean, you can also kind of see the double bottom that was here, right? Kind of like a double bottom right here as well. But it kind of like pulls back from that. But overall, yeah, we definitely got this cup and handle playing out. There's the cup. There's our handle, and the break. I mean, actually, you could probably just take this whole move as the cup. I don't know if that handle is deep enough. So maybe we'll get another handle move over here at some point. Right now, we could go back and test this high of 282.87. I freaked out. I accidentally scrolled back and saw 285. Yeah. I don't think that would be the handle. I don't think that's a decent enough size for the handle. This is probably the overall cup right here, honestly. Right, this is probably the whole cup right here, and we'll probably get a handle to play out after we get to this top around 282.84, possibly, because that might provide some resistance right there. This is the 15-minute. Let's go back to the 5. All right, so we bounce off of our 9 EMA right here. I think this is another one of those instances where we may, right, if our EMAs are holding up, we may end up getting another kind of like rising wedge type of thing forming here, right, where we'll kind of just go back and forth and and bounce off of this resistance at 289 and our rising support until we break one way or the other, either the top side or the bottom side. That is looking more like a saucepan. I can't really draw, but yeah, it probably is. Uh, Hi, Sujan. How you doing? Welcome to Third Wave Trades. Glad you're joining us. Give it an hour, it will be a coffee mug. Yeah, that 9 EMA acted as like a perfect support. We literally hit it and bounced right off of it. So I really like the 5 and the 9 EMA as support levels on these smaller time frames. I'm glad you guys enjoying it. Honestly, I have a lot of fun on these lives. I appreciate you guys tuning in with me every day for like the past 2 weeks, however long we've been doing it now. All right, we're testing the 289 right now. RSI is looking good, getting a little bit more separation on our EMAs. It's still a pretty strong resistance. Hey guys, give me like 2 minutes. Got to take a quick call. See, I'm still watching though. I'm still in front of the computer. I'm still watching. I think we may begin this break right here. All right, guys, I'm back. Let's see. Looks like we still holding above our EMAs. Kind of consolidated in this area a little bit. Formed a nice little base over here. So let's see if we can break out above it now. Break out and hold. So 289.12. Let's see if we can get that push to 290. RSI is looking pretty decent. We're not overbought yet, so we're in a good place above 50. See, maybe we can push to this channel top once again. Second 290 test, 289. It will buzz past 290. Let's see, 290. Look, honestly, guys, this channel top has been a major thorn in our side since we first encountered it, right? So we could count how many times we've been rejected here, going all the way back. Let's go on a 1 week, and you guys can see we've rejected multiple times over here. So let's go to a Monday. One, two, three, and that's just recently right now. But prior to that, we hit it over here again, 4, 5, 6. So this ascending level has been a very strong resistance. But let's see. Right now on the daily, we are above it. So a strong close, right, with that 1% margin that Wicked Stocks talks about could be a very good close for us. Let's go back to the 5 minute. 289.33. Yo, Alex is with us. What's up, Alex? Haven't seen you in a while. Glad you're here with us. Told you. Warren Van, shove it. Let's go. Let's go. We're pushing right now. Want to see more volume come in. SPY is holding 450.78, so SPY's looking to bounce back a little bit as well. Hey, no worries, bro. No worries. As long as you're making bank, as long as you're doing well, happy for you. Glad you could join us today. Triple Q pulled back a little bit. Let's see if it can bounce back now as well. See how let's go to a slightly larger time frame. All right, 15 minutes. So the volume is consistent on this move up, but it's not impulsive, right? Until the volume really starts increasing with each candle. I can't really consider it impulsive, but it's good price action. Can you draw a target for that double bottom? For this double bottom? Let's see, what would the target be for this? I mean, it's kind of like oddly shaped double bottom, right? Because it's kind of on a ascending level. But basically, it would just be the depth of it would really just be the depth of this move. do. Let's go with the smaller one so we can be a little bit more conservative. And we'll say from this breakout over here. Yeah, so honestly, it would bring us right back to today's high to fill this wick, which is pretty reasonable, honestly. On my chart, we've broken above the macro downtrend line from the all-time high. Am I getting that right? Yeah, you are actually. So if we take a look at this right here, we've definitely broken below this downtrend, right? So that we did a while ago, but then also this downtrend, we've broken past this one as well. So we've broken past that. Sorry guys, my charts are very messy. Um, Here, you guys can see it slightly better on this one. So this was the descending level of resistance using these points. So we broke above that. We bounced off of it, pushing higher, and that's all good. The main trouble now is this channel right here. This base channel, like I was saying, has given us a lot of problems. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and looks like this time we're out of it, and you know hopefully we could just hold above it. If we can hold above it with this candlestick right here for the day, and then tomorrow follow up and get some confirmation, I'll be pretty hype, honestly. Classic double bottom and the dump. Are we dumping? Definitely pulling back. I think the market may be pulling back a little bit. Honestly, the market could be doing a three-wave move down. So we did the first move down, pushed up a little bit. We may do another move down right here. You can see like we usually when we pull down, it's usually in three-wave moves. So that's the SPY, and let's see, maybe Triple Q will do something like that as well. All right, maybe we'll do something like this as well. Let's see. I mean, right now, so we broke above this level, right, which was our resistance, and then basically, guys, law of polarity or role reversal is that previous supports become resistances, and vice versa. Previous resistances become supports. So you can see we broke past it, and now it's acting as a support. So we bounced off of it. See if we close above here and then continue to push higher. Buy Tesla. Yo, SD1, what's up, man? Are you I can't tell if you're with Tesla or you're shorting Tesla. I mean, which is it's just cool. I don't mind which side you play it, but now 289 plus Nakamoto gap, that's the one. Oh, no problem, Alex, no problem. After hours may fill the gap for open tomorrow. The gap. Are you talking about the gap down that we? I mean, this move that the gap that we had this morning. You mean? Do we come back to fill this gap? Yeah, it's possible. It's possible. Let's see how today's price action closes. I am seeing this kind of downwards move on the RSI right here. It's possible that we pull back down below the 50.
So if we do that and then we break these supports, these EMAs, then I am thinking that we may get that C wave move down, and that would take us back down to uh, close this gap, in my opinion. And then from there, we'll just rally back up again. I'm in at 290, no options, just want to break even, waiting all day. Hey, I hear you, man. I hear you. No worries, no worries. Look, I think we will get there. I think we will get there. Sometimes, I mean, you just gotta be patient. Right now, it's looking pretty decent, honestly. Again, the only thing that we're missing is nice volume to really push us on a to go really go on a tear right now. But we're above our 5 EMA, above our 9 EMA. The volume is decent. We're above 50 on the RSI. We're still making higher highs and higher lows, honestly. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad right now. No problem, SD1. I mean, again, like worst case scenario. I mean, I don't know what your play is, like how long term you're in the play for, but there's, in my opinion, as long as we are in this uptrend, which we are, it's always a buying opportunity when we fall back down, because as long as we stay within the trend, right? Um, and right now the trend for me is dictated by this 21 EMA on the daily chart. Uh, Anytime we're above this, we're in a bullish trend. So any pullbacks are really just buying opportunities to cost average down, in my opinion. Once we break below this, then we can say the trend is over, and then we're going to get a strong pullback. But in the meantime, they're just minor fluctuations, in my opinion. Can't average in anymore at max. I got you. I got you. RSI been strong a long time. Time for rest for 2 minutes. Yeah, let's see. I mean, it doesn't really need to cool off though. Honestly, I mean, it's at a perfectly good level. I mean, this is on the 15-minute chart. Let me take a look at the 5-minute chart. On the 5-minute chart too, it's not really oversold. It's at 63. I'm sorry, overbought. It's at 63, and it's above 50, so that's bullish. So I'm not mad at it. I think it's got room to push higher. I think we will come back and test this channel top. It is almost 3 o'clock right now, so we're getting closer to power hour. We'll push up after hours. Don't worry. Yeah, let's see. I mean, if not after hours, then pre-market usually is where I've been noticing the major push really comes. After hours and pre-market. During the day it normally just consolidates. Hey, it broke its first peak. Yeah, right here. So that's higher highs, higher lows. If we could take out this peak for the day, I would be so thrilled, honestly. If we could get back above 292. I mean, but in general, right now we can see like this is the trend that we're on, right? So we just zoom out a little bit. You can kind of see like the bigger picture. Like since down here, we've basically been making higher highs and higher lows this entire time. So as long as that pattern persists, we're in good shape, in my opinion. $289.57. Nice push here. Nice push here. 289.70. See how the volume's kind of. I'm gonna delete some of these lines to clear up this chart a little bit for now. We could always put them back in later. Getting close to power hour. Maybe we'll get a strong push. Take a look at the 15 minute. 15-minute looks fine. RSI looks good. Above our EMAs, bouncing off of our 5 for support, and this 288 level. See if volume will kick in right here. Right here, and right here we'll just say our minor daily resistances. About 4 minutes left in this 15-minute candle. Go back to the 5. Tesla in a nutshell. Pre-push, open a little push, then bear all day sideways, power hour, teases, and reward the brave. Post into pre. Yeah, pretty much for what. Looks good to break 290. Let's see. I mean, I'm not worried about it getting to 290. I think we will get to 290. My question is, will we break and hold 290? And I think if the volume comes in, we will do that. But if the volume doesn't come in, I think we'll just get exhausted, and the resistance will be too much, and we'll drop down. What's my trading strategy? It's honestly a combination. I'm purely a technical analyst, honestly, guys. I don't really rely on fundamentals. My primary strategy is using Elliott wave theory, but I use it in conjunction with a whole bunch of other um, obviously indicators and oscillators like RSI, and I also use trend lines using like speed line strategy. There's a lot that goes into it, but in a nutshell, I pretty much only use technical analysis and primarily Elliott wave theory. I go all in with leverage on my break and work. I learned a lot through this live. Wow. Thank you, Fuad. I really appreciate that. I live in Sweden. The whole market action is only while I work. So I can't do anything. Thank God I had an early shift today, so I finished at the opening bell. Got you. I'm glad, honestly, man. I'm so that's so awesome, and I really appreciate that comment. So glad you guys can tune in, and if I'm glad the content is useful for you guys. This next bar will break it. Let's see. This is a 5 minute right now. I mean, everything is looking decent. Let's take a look at the SPY, and SPY is doing a V-shaped bounce. So luckily, this three-wave pullback did not play out just yet. It still could, but it hasn't played out yet. So for SPY, the same thing. So we broke through this level of resistance, and then we bounced off of it. It became support, so we could push higher. Triple Q, same thing. We didn't get that pullback, which is great. Bounced off of our support that was previously resistance. So overall market looks like it's bouncing. What's your guess for close price? I feel like it's still a little early for that because we have to see how power hour plays out. But I think earlier I said 290 flat. So I'll stick with that. Look at the RSI. Yeah, the RSI may pull back a little bit, but honestly, it doesn't really need to. It might just, bounce here again. So This red line on the RSI is basically just the average, the moving average for the RSI, and it could keep bouncing above this. It hasn't broken below that yet, so, and it's not overbought either, so it's not above 70. So we could keep pushing higher, keep stair stepping. $292 close price for Marshall. I'll take 292. I mean, it's a good guess, like that we come back to fill out this wick a little bit, but my only concern is that volume won't come in, and then we'll just get exhausted on this rally up, right? This is a pretty strong rally, right, for no volume, or relatively low volume, I should say. Just want to see how this measures right here. So yeah, the 290 would be a 1-to-1 with this move right here, with this first leg. A 1-to-1 would take us to around 290.66. So I'll stick with 290. I could say 290.50, honestly. No, definitely not. Look at Nvidia's RSI all week long before recent pullback. Oh, were you saying it was like overbought? Yeah, and even with Tesla, like that happens a lot, right? Like, look at the levels that we can get to, right? We could get to pretty high levels. So there's plenty of room for this thing to run. After hours break 290, I hope so. Let's take a look at a bigger time frame. See if we see anything that could be concerning. Like, do we see any like divergences or anything like that? Nothing that I'm seeing right now. So this is a 15-minute time frame. The volume looks pretty decent here. 289.90, 290 coming up. SD. If you're still with us, SD1, 290 is coming up. So do I think it will break 290 and go off, or will people play the wedge waiting for sell orders to fill? That's a good question, Fuad. I mean, I think a strong close, like on the daily, right? What happens intraday, in my opinion, is not that important. Like, I watch it with you guys, because I enjoy doing the technical analysis, and if it could help with day trades or scalps. But in this bigger picture of what's playing out, I don't think the intraday really matters. I think what matters is the close that we get on the daily candles and on the weekly, right? So if we look at the daily candle, when we drop down right now to like 283, right? It was looking like a pretty bad candle. But if we get a solid close above here, right, we get back to that 291 area. This would be a strong candle, and I think with tomorrow's close, we could push higher. That'll be my confirmation that we broke out of this channel right here. So I think if we get that confirmation of the breakout, I think then we are going to go higher, and we're going to basically be out of this wedge play that's developing. Do you have this thing traders put on the side of the chart to determine levels of resistance and support that looks like volume bars? Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, I use that sometimes, but with let me see. Do I have it on this one? This right here. I mean, this is a bigger time frame. I could zoom into a smaller time frame. I could hide my drawings. We'll take a look at that in a second, Fuad. I just want to see um, how this plays out right here on this 15-minute chart. Yeah, I don't think there is that much resistance beyond there. Honestly, I think if we do get a strong break above 290, then the following days I think could be pretty bullish. Which is why for me that's huge right there. Whether or not I'm gonna end up playing earnings or not. Yelton's got 289.94. I take it. It's getting more and more bullish by the second. This is a 15-minute chart, guys. About 8 minutes, 8.5 minutes left in this candle. Not really seeing too much weakness right now. We are starting to wick out more on these candles. Smaller bodies, longer wicks. So keep an eye on that. RSI is still not bad, even on the 15-minute chart. We're starting to separate a little bit more from our EMAs, right? Which is good. We're breaking above them a little bit more. On the 5-minute, we're still kind of hugging our 5 EMA. See how we hold above on this RSI. Again, still not overbought yet. Still above our moving average on the RSI. Above our EMAs 5 and 9 on the 5-minute chart. I think it could continue to stair step a little bit. Sold my shares at 290 for break even. Now I just have 200 shares at 287. Wondering if I should hold. Not bad, not bad. I think decision to sell the 290, right? Wherever there's uncertainty, I think is best to get out. 287. Uh, you know, I'll leave it to you to make that decision. Long term, I mean, I am still bullish, thinking that this can go to 300 to 314. But there could be a pullback before that, right? So we could end up pulling back below 287 before we bounce again. So if that's something that you feel like you can't stomach, then possibly take profit now, and then if we do pull back, get in again later. But I do think that we could hit 300. Honestly, I do. But it might not be the smoothest ride. It might not just be a straight line up, if you know what I mean. Me personally, like long term, I see Tesla going to like 400 by the end of the year. To be honest with you, like even if there's a strong pullback in the next month or two, I think it's just going to go back down to a level where a lot of buyers are going to come in and you know, in simple terms, and just push the price back up. And then I if you're new here, then you probably aren't too aware of my like Elliott wave count, whatever. But my scenario is basically that um, we're either doing a 1, 2, 3, right, going straight to 340 right now, or we can like top out anywhere between 295 to 314 on this play, and then pull back over here, and then instead of a third wave, that's really just a 1, 2, 1, 2 situation, and then we get a stronger third wave move. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it. So even if we pull back down to like 220, 230, I still see us rebounding by the end of the year, and pulling back up to like 300 levels. So that's my longer time frame take on it. No problem, SD1. Tesla is the Apple of cars, basically. Pre 2019 was the dream buy. Oh yeah, for sure. If anybody got in before then, that was you're golden right now, sitting on shares. Honestly, even the dip to 100 this time around was a great buying opportunity. Remember when we were kids, we see flying cars. So funny that you say that. I was just on a TikTok last night, and I came across one of those nostalgia pages. I don't know if you guys seen them, but it's like everything that we used to do like when we were like kids. I mean, I don't know how old you guys are, but I'm 30 plus, and basically like a 90s kid. And it was like all the nostalgia stuff from like the 90s. But yeah, no, I definitely remember all that. For what? It's crazy how Elon's making that all that a reality now. Hey guys, give me like 2 minutes again. Just gotta take a quick call. I'll be back.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm back. Just wrap up the rest of the day. So this is kind of what I was thinking might happen, right? That ABC move. So we measured out the 1-to-1 with this first leg up, and we hit almost like literally perfectly. You can see this 1-to-1 level, 290.64. We hit that and we pulled back. Now let's see if this is going to end up retracing with the 1-to-1 of this move to the downside, or we can bounce back from here. This is I mean, the RSI is not, again, you know, wasn't too overbought, so it could just be a minor correction, right? And we don't have to necessarily pull back for that C wave I was talking about. We have support. We have this ascending level of support. Um, RSI is basically just resetting. We're still above 50, so we're bullish. But we are below our EMAs now. So let's take a look at the 15-minute chart. On the 15-minute chart, we found support on our 9 EMA so far. So let's see if we can hold that. If not, and we get the crossover on the 15-minute, there's a good chance that we're going to drop further, at least to this ascending level of support. 30 minutes into market close. Could do a flag up, down, 288 to 290 if it continues. A flag up. Do you mean trying to see it? Like this is our pole, and we form like a flag over here. It's possible, yeah. We could form like a bullish flag, like something like this. Come back up. I did like a pennant or a flag right here that we could break out of, and this is our pole. Not sure if that's what you're referring to, but if it consolidates. Oh, you mean more on the micro scale, kind of like more smaller time frame, like right here. Sorry, guys, my trading view is jacked up right now. So you mean something like right here? If this is our pole, and if it kind of consolidates over here to form a kind of a flag or a pennant, and then from there we go higher. Yeah, that's possible. That's definitely possible. I mean, yeah, honestly, it just looks like a minor correction. So we just find support. At the end of the day, we're still doing higher highs and higher lows. So until you see that trend broken, right? This is on a 15-minute chart, right? But even on a 15-minute chart, we're doing higher highs and higher lows. On a one day chart, we're doing higher highs and higher lows, right? So the trend in more ways than one is still bullish, and the trend is still in effect, right? These are our higher highs and our higher lows. So again, this kind of happened to us on Friday as well. I don't mind the pullback in terms of, you know, we're still doing higher highs and higher lows. What I just wish is that the move up would happen more towards the end of the day, so we could hold and get a nice daily candle close. That's more important to me, right? I'd rather see the candle be closed top heavy as opposed to have this like whip to the top. But again, pre-market, we may rally. Still see a lot of bullish things, right? So we're up $7 so far for the day, right? Which is great. 290. We're still holding in this area. Still a great day for Tesla in my opinion, and the market overall. Let's see where the market is right now. So the market's pulling back a little bit. but we hit 451.93. Triple Q, same thing. We're pulling back to 382.91 after hitting 383. So overall, a strong day for the market, and it actually makes me more confident in the Tesla play, honestly. So as we get closer, though, guys, like even tomorrow or Wednesday, again, none of this is financial advice. Just be aware that, I mean, at least from my perspective, obviously do your own due diligence, and there's other analysts out there who have different perspectives as well. So see what they say, see what Wicked Stocks say. Again, I definitely recommend Wicked Stocks if you guys are not familiar with him. His speed line analysis is great. Um, but I kind of have two scenarios that I am using personally in the Elliott wave count that I think could possibly play out. Um, let me come back to that one later. So actually, you know what? Let me show you guys what I think from my from uh, from my Discord. So the Discord's not up yet, but I am starting to put stuff on there, including like the educational content if you guys are interested in that. Um, and then also my price analyses and targets, right? So this should be up in like three to 4 weeks, honestly. So this is, for example, like something that you guys would see on Tesla, right? So for example, this is like Tesla, and you guys would see over here my different situations and my different stuff. So I have two scenarios. One is this third wave scenario, and I kind of give you guys screenshots of what I think is going to play out, right? So this is the more bullish scenario, short term, kind of how I think we will play out, and I give like a brief description. And then there's this scenario as well, right? So this is kind of like the short-term bearish scenario where we're going to retrace a lot more down to possibly 200 to 220 area after hitting a level of around 295 to 314, right? So that's one scenario that I have that I'm basically looking to see if we form this rising wedge. If we break out above this, then I think we're more bullish and could go 340. So again, this is on my Discord. I'll have other stuff up here as well. So if you guys are interested in joining that, um, the link to my Patreon channel is down below. Again, it'll be up in like another 2 to 3 weeks, really. So if you guys are interested, let me know. Just DM me privately, and I'll let you guys know how that goes. See, we may be getting a strong close here, so it's kind of what I'm looking for. Can I recommend to watch Ray J's trades I get my information about? Yeah, sure. I don't mind, guys. If you got whoever you guys are interested in other people, and if it helps you guys, then sure. I don't. I mean, I'm not specifically. I know those guys are all specifically Tesla. I'm not specifically Tesla. I do everything. I've been calling out other plays like Riot and Mara since when they were like at $5 or $6. I've been calling out Palantir when it was at $7. Nvidia. I've been watching AI. So I watch a little bit of everything. So I'm not specifically Tesla. If you guys want to recommend them, that's perfectly fine. I have you for the technicals, analysis, the fun, and the community. Awesome. I watch Wicked just to plan ahead, and Ray J's to know about the intangibles. News. Awesome. I think that's a great strategy, great plan. Get the best that you can from everybody, and kind of like combine it into your own personal plan. I think that's awesome. Uh, I know, Yelton. I'm sorry, man. I apologize. There's so many things that I have to do, like so many tickers and stuff. I have to do updates for and stuff, and I've really been slacking. It's not that I've been slacking. It's just that the live streams take up so much time, and then there's the rest of the day with like work, wife, kids. So I'm trying. And then there's setting up the Patreon and everything else. So kind of falling behind a little bit, but I think once so guys, I'm gonna probably um like the live streams. I won't be able to do them every single day. Obviously, I'm starting a new role on next Monday, so I'll probably only be able to do them on YouTube probably like maybe once a week, if that. So maybe what I could do is like do a recap live stream, maybe one day on like during the market and one day like during the weekend or something like recap. But we'll see. We'll see. After that, I mean, if I do live streams, it's gonna be mostly on my Patreon. I'm just not gonna have that kind of time that I've had for the past like 2-3 weeks, honestly, being in between roles. Why are you calling me? I'm coming back. I want to talk to you. Mama's upstairs. Bobby's. Sorry, guys. My daughter. My daughter just came. I actually have to run, guys. Unfortunately, I have to go help my wife out really quick. But I'll leave the chart up right now so you guys can see how it closes in the next 15 minutes and the after hours. But I got to run right now, unfortunately. Kind of an emergency. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I'll definitely be back tomorrow morning at 9:30 open. All right. Sorry, guys. I really got to run. But if you guys can, please hit the like button down below. Subscribe if you guys are new, and I will talk to you guys soon.